Hi. Hi. How are we doing? Why is my microphone bad? Wait. Sorry? Is it better? It is better. It should be better. Hi, how are we all doing? How's it going? Having a good Friday? Having a good Friday, everyone? I hope so. I, for my part, have finally no headache. Yesterday was terrible, I tell you. I tell you. Yesterday was absolutely pain. I couldn't stream. I hated myself for not streaming, but I couldn't. Like, seriously not. I didn't know what to do, honestly. I was sitting here. I didn't know where to go. I I was so lost. I was so done. No, like, in all seriousness, it's migraine is absolutely terrible. I hate it. Like, not even, it's not even remotely funny. It's when I have this, I'm completely out of order. I basically close for the day. Yes. How is it going for you guys? I hope everything is fine for you. I hope the Friday is going well. I, for my part, can honestly say I could have had let's say it like this. I'm me. And I just realized I wrote coffee wrong. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Why did I write freaking coffee wrong? What's going on with me? I'm all over the place as always. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's good. No, but in all seriousness, I had a very interesting experience today. My father topped himself. He is 58. 58 years old. He is using Steam. For context, he is using Steam for quite a while. And he bought multiple games over it. He loves Tropico. Yeah. And he was calling me and was asking me, how does he buy a bundle there? And I was like, you go to the shop site. And I forgot the music again. Fuck. You go to the shop site and just click the button. And then proceed with the normal payment. Like freaking Amazon or eBay or whatever. Any other site as well. And he was like, okay, and how do I pay? You pick one of the payment options. Like, it is seriously just presenting it to you? Okay, I try. If I don't get it done, I need your help. I was like, oh god. And then he looked at the payment options and was like, fuck. I only have PayPal, but I don't know my password anymore. Well, you can simply click on forgot password. All you need is your email. I don't know the email anymore. I was like, are you serious, old man? Oh, that was hilarious. I tell you, it was so hilarious. Oh no. Also, I had to endure my entire family this week, and it was terrible as always. I stay with it. I want to be gone. I don't want anymore. It's terrible. When one grandmother only talks about her sickness, and each and every little thing she has and needs medication for, which is quite a lot, I have to say. Then you have my mother, who only talks about her workplace, and that 24/7. Then we have my granddad, who goes completely ballistic because my father dared to say that the city we live in is garbage. He took that personal. And he was very loud and very stubborn about it. And kept arguing. My father, loud as always, yeah, I can't even start to comprehend how he can shout that loudly. Constantly, all the time. He was like, Yeah. He was so all over the place with, hey, look what I got here. Hey, have you seen this? And by the way, look here. And blah, 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 blah. If he wasn't arguing with my granddad, he was constantly on his phone and had to show me everything he plans to get for himself in his freaking living room. Ah! I hate my family. And of course, all 4 of them racist. All 4 of them homophobe. To some extent, at least. To the amount that I simply ended up turning off. My head was really turned off. I just was sitting there existing. It is, as always, every family meeting ever. Like, seriously. It's not even funny. So yeah, my week was interesting. Yeah. But apart from that, I actually installed a lot of games for us. Yeah. I was even thinking of spinning a wheel to decide what we play. Because I honestly have no idea. Also, new starting screen is coming along. I still struggle with the animations, but I'm getting forward with this. But I got another little thingy. Do you want to see? I have something, an addition, an update for the model. Yes. Do you want to know? Of course you want to. I have a proper tail. Boop. Ha! Look at this thing. It moves. It moves along. And it even moves on its own. Look at these. Now I'm a proper imp. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I was playing a lot. Yeah, that's this. You still didn't say what you did this today or this week. Were you nice? Were you fine? Were you good boys and girls? Were you good people? Good impies? I dare you to say something. Like, seriously. It's not funny anymore. You can't talk now. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I, for my part, have to say I'm more or less happy, but also not, because tomorrow is already another meeting with my father. He has some bullshit going on, and I can't. In the end, it is all a setup from him. I know that, because he did it a few times already. It's just a setup from him, so he has a driver to get him food. It's not that he wants to see me. It's not that he wants to spend time with me. No, he just wants someone who sits into the car and drives to get him food. As always. Ah! I swear, at one point, I will lose it. I hate such people. This selfishness. And so little care for what I want or feel like. Like, seriously. Disgusting. Speaking of wanting, coffee. Because today's stream is brought to you by coffee. Have a taste. Stay awake. No. In all seriousness, the sleeping problems are still present. They are better than before, but they are still present. I regularly, at the moment, take naps. And I fear they don't make it better. But I can't stay up. You know? It's, yeah. It is a little bothersome, to say the least. By the way, I was thinking, I mean, I have multiple games. We have still Drive Beyond Horizon, that I want to play at one point at least. I actually found out I own Hitman. I didn't know. I didn't even know I had this game. Oh, frick. Also, I installed Cyberpunk. I never played Cyberpunk. I have absolutely no idea. The thing is, I'm not the biggest GTA player, so I never bothered to get too much into it. And to we try after updating my PC to actually be able to run that thing. So I have absolutely no idea what we are doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. Is this something new? Certainly not, but it's strange that it happens again. Yeah. Oh, don't forget the live messages on freaking X and Blue Sky. Holy frick, not again. I always forget them. Like, if you follow me on any of these two sites, you will notice that I more often than not forget to post the messages there, that I'm live. Not that it's that bad, because I didn't really saw any increase because of them. But at the same time, it's better than not doing it, right? Right? Or am I simply that strange? No, I'm simply that stupid. It's that simple. It's that simple. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's a me issue. It's a skill issue. 100%. Anyway. Damn. Yeah. It feels good to be on stream again. God damn it. By the way, my chair keeps breaking more and more apart. I can't lean back anymore, otherwise I fear I will most likely drop on the ground. It's not even funny anymore. I have absolutely no idea. I need a new one, and the problem is I already planned a few €100 for a new bed, and then you close it. And the chair is out of plan now, and this is not good. The alternative that I have here is, how old is this thing? I think like 20 years old. Without armrest. It is basically a office chair for a child, if you want so. Like, you know these things that you get for like elementary schoolers? If they have to sit on the desk for homework and stuff, like this really small ones, this really cheap ones. That's the emergency chair that I have here. It's really I don't want to. I don't want to. Even more science. I think I repaired it already with multiple things, and I think it's not even alright. If I look at it, I feel like it's falling apart just from looking at it. So, this is also no option. I could take the big armchair for my couch setup. I mean, I did it before. I used that thing before on stream. Even though I sit a lot further down with that. Also, one of my 3 screens is actually giving up. Luckily, I already have a replacement, but yeah, I have to readjust the entire stream setup for this. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. Absolutely not good at all. Anyway, what else did I want to? I wanted to tell something. I don't remember anymore. Wait. What do I have here? Oh, right. I was also looking while doing this tail. While getting this tail adjusted and all. I was looking to also get movable wings, but that's a lot harder because, well, they are just a PNG at the moment, and the 3D model making that thing moving is also not that easy. I have to basically do the entire animation by hand, which will take a while because I'm not good at this. Not as good as I want to. I can 3D model, but making an animation is a little harder. Especially if I want it to look good. Because the only thing that I really want with them is that they simply move up and down very slowly. Or have like this little flap every now and then. Like with big delay. Like every 5 seconds they... Fish! Every... Hi, you know, that they have like every 5 seconds there's... Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, that they simply move a little bit. But it's yeah. I have to look into that. I mean, I screwed up a little bit with the 3D model anyway. You don't see it because this here is basically 2D illusion. But yeah, the 3D model I screwed up while building it. I fear I have to rebuild them from scratch. I'm not sure yet. Anyway, Zoe, how you doing? How is the boy doing? Are you fine? I hope so. I really hope so. Why do you keep throwing fishes, by the way? Why the fishes? Like all over the place. And why am I actually not looking straight towards you? Oh. I'm still a little eepy. I need more coffee. Better, huh? Better? You're feeling better? Also, I was looking for a 3D prop that I can hold up phone in my hand. So every time I look onto my phone, I actually actively hold up phone in my hand. And there, balls! 1,000? Oh god. No, that I actually actively can hold up phone in my hand. And the problem is, all models that you find are for freaking VR shit. And they are freaking iPhones. Like 99% of the time. And so I will simply model my own one. I mean, it's only a 3D model that is basically just placed into my hand constantly. So every time I move my hand up, you see the phone in my hand and I can turn it because it's attached to the hand. I think that should be relatively easy. I mean, it's in the end just a square. You make it a little thicker, round the edges, and then you put basically just little, yeah, exactly. Fuck iPhones, exactly. And then you just put a texture over it and export it. And fine, you know? It's relatively simple. The hard part is making it compatible for the tracking software that I use. For that, I have to transport the Blender file into freaking Unity and there extract it with an additional add-on into a file that the tracking software can realize. Which is also the reason why I have the freaking... Hi, fishy. Putting imps in a blender. Turn it on. Delicious. Wait a minute. I hope you add some spices, please. If you do it right. How are you doing? No, the same problem is also with the wings. If I make them in Blender, I would have to do the entire animation part likely in Unity, which I don't like. What I was already thinking of is instead of making it a movable 3D model for here, I just do the animation in Blender, record the animation in front of a basically green screen, and then simply put it in here as a GIF. Then they would still be fake 2D ones that look like 3D, but they would move. It would be the easier variant without the Unity bullshit. I don't know. In theory, you can import animations from Blender into Unity, but I have absolutely no idea about that. So I have to do this by hand, which is, you know, really, I don't like working with Unity, that's the point. I like Blender. Blender is actually really easy to use if you take the time to learn it. But Unity, I don't know. Half the time when I want to do something in Unity, the program simply bugs out or refuses to work. And I don't even know how I can fix it because I can't find the issue on the internet. So I have to try and error my way through that bullshit. I hate it. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I kind of have to do it. At the same time, I kind of use my tracking program together with preset animations and a lot of YouTube tutorials to basically import animations into my tracking program, so I can do stuff without needing to hand animate everything in Unity or anywhere else. What do I even have here? Wait. Yeah, I have a lot of animations in here, but not the ones I want. I have to make them by hand, or like import them by hand. And to import them, I have to change the file type and put that into the software that I use, which is actually freaking disgustingly difficult because I can't use the newest version of Unity because the freaking add-on wasn't updated for that one. Imagine. So I have to somehow get the older version, and it's absolutely blub. But hey, I have the tail. That's at least something. Yeah, I don't know. The usual trouble with too many programs and too many files just to animate something. Yeah. Fishy, how are you doing? How is the Friday going? Having a good time? Having a good rest? Happily into weekend? I hope so. Yeah. No, I was saying earlier my week was bloop. A lot of bloop. Like, way too bloop. There's a reason why the stream is powered by coffee and coffee only. Speaking of it. Yeah. The coffee is nearly empty. Frick. And we are 25 minutes of yapping. That's a good count. No, but in all seriousness, if you have to endure the family that I have, you need coffee. Coffee and earplugs. Believe me, you need it. It wouldn't even... The thing is, yesterday... It wasn't even that the family visit was the issue. It was simply the weather. Because, like, not even... What was it? When did I send the message that I don't stream yesterday? At 4 p.m. Like, not even 10 minutes later, a massive storm broke out outside. Like, seriously, I was thinking the entire world is drowning. There was so much coming down. And thunder and really strong wind and everything. I was like, okay, I know why I had a migraine. I'm actually really sensitive when it comes to weather change. I hate it. That's the one thing I got from my mother, apart from the hair. Yeah. Because I have really long, full blonde hair, and my father, at my age, already had half his hair lost. Yeah, I'm kind of glad about it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm fine. Am I fine? I don't know. I certainly don't know if I'm fine. By the way, I also was looking around a little bit on the internet, and I found some new nice little possible updates for clothes. Yeah, I was already looking into a nice little I know it's still a little bit away, but a Halloween costume. And I have seen a few nice ones. Yeah. A few really nice ones. Also a few very nice clothes in general. I was thinking of readjusting or making more models, more outfits. I mean, I have basically the beach outfit. I have this here. I have my old outfit. And there are a few more that I didn't show. Or that are like from holidays. Yeah. Past holidays like Christmas and so on. Yeah. The Christmas dress or the bunny costume. And I was looking at some more. I don't know. I like to play around with new outfits and so on for the model. I like to entertain. I like to look good. What do I like more? I have no idea. I can't decide. I'm all over the place. You know me. So, what do we play today? That's the next question. That would be actually important. I am actually ready to play Cyberpunk. But at the same time, I'm also ready to play anything else. Actually, I could simply spin the wheel real quick. In the background. Just to... Damn. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Selbst the wheel says Cyberpunk. Oh god. Yeah, okay. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. We can do this. I have absolutely no idea what Cyberpunk is about. I know that it's like futuristic. Everyone is basically half a robot, and apart from that, I know the trailer. I know Keanu Reeves is in there, and I think I know like 2 or 3 cutscenes. That's it. I know you can drive around like an idiot in your car. Similar to GTA, but that's basically it. I have no idea what the story is about. I have absolutely no idea what the main character is, or what he does, or she, or it, or thinks. And I even less have an idea what you can do in that game. I always saw it as a kinda like GTA in future. I have absolutely no idea. If you know more, please feel free to tell me. Also, I will just... Why do I keep repeating myself? I'm secretly a skeeve. Maybe I should become a rat. No, but I will most likely wait with the start of the game until the ads are over. Because the ads will start in a minute. Until then, we have time to chat. Just chatting. Oh. Nah, in all seriousness. Guys, everybody, Zoe, Fishy. What are you doing? What are you doing? I saw... I don't know why. I kinda ended up this morning with doom scrolling through YouTube shorts. And for whatever reason, one of the main topics that came up over and over again, Karens receiving instant karma. There was so much bullshit. Ah! Yeah, and I also made the mistake to go on Reddit. If I think about it, if I want to get more popular, like more people here in chat, I want chat to grow. Yeah, you guys are supposed to grow up at one point. No, I have to get myself more out there. Yeah, it's been forever that I did anything with other streamer. Yeah, the collabs with Milo and Spito are like have been forever ago. And yeah, exactly. Hi, Black Wolf. And I have to get myself more out there. Even X and Blue Sky, I'm there, yes. But all I ever do there is posting that I'm live, and that's it. It's so rare that I do post anything other there that has any relevance or interest. On Reddit, I don't know. Reddit is such a shithole at times. Or most of the time. Nearly all the time. God damn it. No, but it's I don't know. I feel like I have to do something. Like, number one, getting more in contact with other creators. Number 2, simply getting my name more out there. I feel like it. It's strange because the thing is, if I am to myself or like you with chat or anything, I'm very extrovert. Also, meeting new people in real life, I have no problem with this. You're a stranger, I don't care. Give me 2 minutes and we're either friends or at least know each other well enough to say hi. Yeah? I'm usually the one going forward first and starting the conversation. But somehow, with this, I feel so insecure. Ah! I also feel like the people that I would like to do something with are either so big that I fear that they will simply ignore me, or they are like way too calm, way too chill, that I have the... that I personally feel like I would be too much for them. You know that feeling? Like they're so calm, chill, or introvert that I feel like I would simply overwhelm them. And that wouldn't be nice. And also not pleasant for their community, because, hey, surprise, they watch them because they are so quiet and chill. Quiet. I can't talk. And then I come along, yapping 24/7 and be all over the place, have absolutely no idea what I'm doing or what I'm saying or what I'm saying or yapping or I repeat myself. Yeah. And it would be an absolute nightmare. I don't know. It feels also wrong. Like, maybe it's just me. I mean, I can be chill. I can be calm, especially if I have to concentrate myself. Yeah, if I don't have the constant feeling like I have to talk 24/7, I can be calm. I can be really chill. And I'm a good listener. But if I start talking, oh dear God, Jesus help you to save your ears, because I don't stop. No, yeah. I don't know. You remember the boys that we waited? Like Meep or Scrambly or Poppy? They're all so chill and so relaxed. I wish I could do that. Like, seriously, I can't. I physically can't. I don't know. You know, Kimmy, you can always ask them for one stream, then check with with them how their chat or they themselves think of it. Yeah, I know. The thing is, every time I rated them, they gave me a shout out. Also, what taught me a little bit, if I get rated, do a freaking shout out. Even if you only have 2 people, it doesn't matter. It's appropriate. And I got some followers from them. Most likely people who were like, okay, I look into it, and we didn't saw even one of them ever in chat. So that already tells me a little bit. But you're actually right. I should simply talk with them. I just feel like, I don't know, I feel overwhelmed from my overall living situation. Just do it. Do it! Just do it! Yesterday, you said tomorrow! Oh God, I have this every time in my head when someone says, just do it. No, but maybe it's a certain insecurity and stress. Like if your subconsciousness kinda is all over the place, you have trouble. I have really hard time to relax, simply because there's so much bullshit going on in my life. And I feel like this is a big issue. Like a big issue why I have this problem with approaching these people. But maybe I'm simply too... I mean, I'm a person who overthinks a lot. I sit here at times just imagining stuff. What could be? What could I do what I couldn't do? What could I have done different in the past? How can I change this in the future? What would I do if it happened in a different way? And what if scenarios? I sit here sometimes for hours doing that. But that is absolutely hilarious. If you think about it, my fantasy is all over the place. I mean, I can't even count how often I imagined myself, what would I do with that certain superpower? I don't even know why. Maybe I should start writing. I already knew you would leave. I overthought that last month. Yeah, something like this, but I actually know. Because the thing is, I overthink something, and at least 2 days later, I forgot that I even did this. And it happens like a month later, I overthink it again. The very same thing, and get a freaking deja vu. Like, wait. I thought of that before. Wait a moment. Like, seriously, the amount of bullshit I had, simply because my head is all over the place. You have the exact same thing? Yeah, I think that's a part of the ADHD or something. I don't know. Or the amount of times I dreamed something, and years later, I usually remember my dreams. That's the thing. I come into a life situation where I'm fully convinced, wait, I know what happens next. And the crazy thing is, it actually happened. I knew what would happen, or what would get said, and it actually happened. I'm not imagining this. This is like, the thing is, I think about my dreams every so often. Like, would be cool if I would continue that dream. Would be cool if I would dream that again. You know? And so I keep remembering my dreams. I actually have a freaking book where I write the most interesting dreams down. It's just miniature things that you perfectly know of. But if you are in that situation, you know exactly that it already happened, but you don't know anything else. But just this one thing about it. No, the thing is, I had a conversation with a friend. And I knew that half a year before, I had this dream, that I had this conversation with my friend. And when I woke up, I was like, what the fuck was that about? I write that down. And the thing is, half a year later, I had this conversation with this specific friend. And I was like, wait, don't say it. And I finished his sentence. And he was like, oh, nice, you already know? Yeah. Later that day, I looked into this freaking book and I felt like absolute magician. I had no idea what was going on. It is rare. It is freaking rare, but it's scary. I don't know. It is... If I wouldn't have written it down, I would count myself as crazy. Like, seriously. Maybe I should start a TV show with this shit. Oh no. But it's strange. I think it's simply... It's simply lucky, or simply like... I know him that well that I knew it was going to happen or something. Yeah. I mean, it was a friend that I know for, by now, 20 years. No, not true. How old was I? I was 6 when I met him. I'm 32. Holy shit, I know him for a long time. So, I think it simply was that I knew him so well that I kinda dreamed of something happening that I was so sure would happen. And when it finally happened, I was like, yeah, that was to be expected. Like, it was so obvious that this situation would happen that I actually could kinda see it coming. But I guess that everyone could have seen that coming that knows him that well. And before someone asked, it's about a girl. And that is now his wife. And the mother of his daughter. So yeah, it's like, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't count that. But hey, that is just the strange thing. But not the most strange one. I mean, I still remember the freaking Chimera lion with wings and 2 freaking miniguns reaching out of his shoulders. The entire thing being around 3 meters high. Running through a burning city. Jumping above me because I'm hiding. Because originally I was running away from it. It turns around. Shoots into a building. Looks at me. Starts purring and demanding pets. And I pet that thing and wake up. Like, what is going on? That is not normal. I tell you, my dreams are a mystery, even to myself. Believe me. I can't even comprehend how I come up with this shit, but I swear I should write books or make movies. I swear, if I turn every strange dream I ever had into a book, they would be the most crazy fantasy books of all time. Because they would be all over the place, yes, but the story would be insane. The plot twists. The amount of plot twists. You can't come up with this shit. Oh no. No, I'm convinced that a lot of known and popular writers simply write down their dreams or stuff like this. I can't explain it otherwise. You can't have that much fantasy, I tell you. Nah. But honestly, I to get back on topic, back on track, yeah. Yeah, I have to get myself more out there. Maybe, oh, would that be something? If I write down what I dreamed of and set it public and see how people react? Would that be something? Would I be crazy for this? I mean, how to get popular with the most strange thing ever. Read my dreams, people. Read it. Read it and ask questions, please. I mean, it would be something. Maybe simply making YouTube shorts and TikToks where I explain what I dreamed of and see if anyone reacts to it. I mean, why not? Speaking of TikTok, I looked at the TikToks that I made, the few, there are not many, even though they have a few thousand views and likes. I just realized I never made like I can what? Ah! I never made subtitles for them. But TikTok simply put in subtitles on its own, and they are perfect. Like, 1-to-1 exactly what I said. Despite my accent, and despite me not pronouncing it properly sometimes, the subtitles were perfect. They had exactly the words that I used. Like, what the frick? What kind of AI are they using? Oh my god, I was a little bamboozled. Not gonna lie. Think you are pretty good with it? I've seen British Wood Waivers. The thing is, I have a lot of friends in the US and Britain and also a few on other parts of the world. And I was legitimately told that my English, written and spoken, is better than most of the own people that they know inside their country. Like, if an American tells me your English is better than 90% of the people around me, if not for my accent, they wouldn't even think that I'm not native speaker. Which is insane to me. Because that's the standard here. Where I live. I mean, granted, I was really good at English. Later on. Initially, I was terrible. I didn't understand that shit. Yeah. What was part? Yeah, this is Germany. Yeah. No, initially, I told the story before, right? Like, 5th grade, 11 years old. The entire school was simply one ghetto. Like, I got into fights regularly. I was constantly pushed aside and ignored by everyone who didn't wanted to fight with me. And the reason why they wanted to fight with me is simply because I was the loner. And the whole thing triumphed into the whole scene with, was he 8th or 9th grade? Pulling out a freaking knife on me and demanding money. In the middle of school. In the middle of the school ground. And I was like, fuck you, kick the knife out of his hand and start bashing it against his face. With the fist. And his friends then went on me and things got a little out of hand. He had a blue eye, I was trashed down. And the teachers were like, why did you punch him? He threw a knife on me. He threatened me with a knife. He wanted to actively hurt me. And demanded money. He wanted to rob me. And they were like, yeah, but you punched him. What? Yeah. We kick you from school for this. And my mother came in. Completely lost it. She was mad. Oh, fuck. Because I went home crying. Like, if you're in that state, you're basically gone, yeah? You're basically at a point where you can emotionally not handle that anymore. And it was already months into this torture that I call school. She went in, demanded to talk with the teacher and the principal, and they treated her like a freaking child. They actively told her off and didn't took her serious. Yeah, I heard him first. Yeah, I didn't want to get stabbed. My fault. Sorry. So, and it ended with me simply begging my mother to not send me there anymore. Don't do it, please. I was begging her. I was crying. She couldn't. Yeah. The thing is, my mother, after she was there and was treated like the last dirt, what do you, like, really like, what do you want, woman? Go home, it's not your business. We have this. Yeah? After that, she actually took me from school. I went to a new school and they were like, yeah, I was damaged, yeah? Emotional damage, but for real. And yeah, I continued to ignore everyone because I was like, okay, social interaction bad. Okay, ignore. I'm gone. Yeah. And the nerds of the class was split in 3 groups. The nerds, the sport guys, and the girls. Yeah. And the nerds were like, oh, look at him. He's all alone. He's dressed completely in black with some skulls on his freaking t-shirt. He has long blonde hair. Look at him. He's such a loser. Even more than us, we finally have someone to bully. And they went for me. And that was the most harmless shit I ever heard. And ever endured. Like, seriously, they were like calling names and standing in my way and stuff like this. Like the low-key repertoire. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Turn around and leave. Like, seriously, not impressive. I'm not impressed, guys. And one of them was so confused that they stopped me and asked what the hell is wrong. What is going on? That's not how someone reacts to bullying. What the hell is going on with you? And I told him. I told the entire group, the entire bullshit that I went through the year before on the other school. And they were like, fuck. We can't have this. You're one of us now. We call friendship. Get over here. Like, seriously, they forced friendship. They simply grabbed me, pulled me into the group. You're one of us now. No questions. No buts. No denying. You are one of us now. Shut the hell up. Like, and I ended up being best friends with each and every single one of them. For years. And years. And even today, I have not much connection with them. Because, yeah, life goes on. Sounds like those bullies to lovers story. Yeah, kinda. I don't know. The thing is simply, they were not that interested in bullying, but more like not being bullied for once. You know? Like not being the nerd loser, oh, you play video games all day long and stuff like this. You're such a failure, whatever. And they saw this one guy, which was me, who was even more of a loner. And yeah, turns out I was just like them, just with more bad experience. But the whole thing about the story is, well, since the entire 5th grade, the only thing I was good at were the classes where we were separated. Yeah, everything that I had any kind of interest in, I was good. Biology, physics and chemistry and mathematics. And history, but history was just like, hey, listen to me, don't ask questions, shut the hell up, class over, piss off. Yeah, that was history in the 5th grade. The school was terrible. In religion classes, we had to learn how to properly use a Bible. Like, seriously, open the Bible and you have to use this and this finger exactly like this on this part of the page to flip the page. You are not allowed to do it any other way. That was the religion classes. And music classes were just as bad. Instead of even asking what instrument we would like to learn or something like this, no, you learn the flute, and if you can't play the flute, you're a failure and not even remotely allowed to finish these classes with a good grade. Even if you try just as hard as you can, if you can play it, you suck and you get the worst grade possible. Yeah, it was overall not good. And yeah, new school. Obviously, I had no knowledge of English whatsoever because there was no knowledge. There was nothing. The year in that other school was so traumatizing. I didn't got anything from this. And then I got into the new class who already has the basics. And the teacher couldn't get the basics into my head. So I suffered. Or better said was a little bit of not interested for a very long time. And the teacher was so lost. He talked with my parents and said, he straight up told them, it can't be me because he also taught history classes. And I told him straight up, sir, you know, it is nice that you tell us this, but that's not true. Just because the book says that, the book is from 30 years ago. It's outdated. it is actually like this and this. Could you please update the info? And he was like, yes, thank you for letting us know. I will remember. I will write it down. Thank you very much, Kimmy. Anyway, I was constantly A+. But I was F in every single English class. By the same teacher. He was so confused. He couldn't understand. No, and after I finished that school, after the with 16, I went to a different school to get a better degree. And the English teacher there was actually a teacher for elementary school. Because, well, we don't have enough teachers, so they have to jump in. Yeah? And he simply asked, okay, who of you can speak English? Who of you is able to use English? And only half the class even lifted their hand. And he was like, okay, we start with the very basics. And he taught us like we were elementary schoolers. Yeah? Like we would sit in the first grade, 6-year-old, we learn English, we hear from English for the very first time in our lives. And it ended with me fully understanding everything. Hi, Acoustic Myth Lover. Nice to see you again. How you doing? I hope well. No, and it's simply cause science. I still had like little bits left from the former years of English, like some words or some basics kept hanging. Yeah, I couldn't write English, I couldn't really understand English, I couldn't speak English, but I knew some words and like more or less how you build a sentence. And that was enough. And now listen to me. I ended up the last school that I visited when I wanted to get an even higher degree. Yeah, I was ambitious at one point. I ended up having A+ in English, A+ in mathematics, A+ in religion, A+ in history. I ended up with an average grade on my degree of B+. Because obviously some of the what was it? What was it again? There were 2 or 3 classes where I was not that good, but that was more on the teacher. Sports was one of them. I always was a sports guy. Nice though, yeah. I always was a sports guy. I was in a swimming team on a very young age of like 6, 7, 8. And actually have a bronze medal from a tournament. A tournament where I was swimming against 14 years olds at the age of 7. And I got 3rd place out of 90 people. Yeah, it's like that kind of sports. I remember when I was in school, the girls could legit stand still and do nothing but an A+. Exactly. And later on, I was also in a football club. I trained really, really hard. I was the legit only one in the team who came from the game. Yeah, we just finished a 90-minute game. And I was like, okay, can we go next? I was the only one not really exhausted. Also after training. Yeah. 1.5 hours pure training. Focus. Go. Yeah. Like sprint training, ball control, the entire thing. Everyone comes up fully exhausted, happy to finally over, and I'm like there. Okay. So, what do we do now? You're not tired, are you? I had stamina like hell. And as a result, I was like, yeah, I don't know. I always was like, I'm just melting. Yeah, no melting. Chocolate melts, you know? No, but as a result, in school, every time me and 2 other guys who were already going into a fitness club because the father of the one guy was owning a fitness club. Yeah, a gym is the word. Yeah, he was owning a gym, so these 2 were there despite only being like 14, 15. And later on also, like, when I was older, like, there were also people, I always competed with them. I didn't go to a gym, but I was a very trained guy, yeah? A very trained boy. And I was always competing with them for who is the best, yeah? We were pushing each other. It went for racing, okay, we on purpose went up against each other instead against anyone else because we were pushing each other. Like, we wanted to best each other constantly. And still, the normal grade we got was a C. While the girls got an A. For not even half the stuff. Because they were girls. Yeah? It's ridiculous. So yeah, that something like this pulls down the average grade of your degree. Sadly. But still, like, the important ones were all absolute menaces. So it had a reason why I went for the last one and wanted to study actually. And then I got sick. First we had like 1 year where I actually had to repeat the year. We're doing school now as an adult and getting 100% and everything. Yeah, kinda. I would, most likely. No, I was like, first, that 1 year, I was on the edge of even passing the year. And the thing is, and I know it from reliable source of a teacher who actually spilled the beans, who actually exposed secrets to us students, which she was not allowed to, but she did anyway because she knew she wouldn't stay at that school anyway after the year. Yeah, she knew she would be transferred to another school, so she basically spit it out. The teachers planned from the start of the year that our class was too big and at least half of us are not allowed past the year. It was already pre-planned. And I was on the edge. And the final test that decided if I passed or not, I never saw it again. I never saw the actual grade. I was told I didn't pass, and that's it. I never saw the test again. I never saw the actual grade. And even after demanding it from the freaking principal himself, nothing. So I had to redo this I went all the way to the freaking... I went really high up. Yeah? High above the school, like... city and countryside stuff. And nothing. So I had to redo the year. And while redoing the year, halfway through, I had to go into hospital. I got hospitalized and was sitting there for months. And when I came out, I looked at the stuff and was like, I'm not allowed to redo this year another time, because they only allow it one time. And I was looking at all the stuff that I had to learn in a matter of 3 weeks. I had to learn stuff from 4 months. I was like, no chance. Absolutely no chance. So I threw it. I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck you. I'm gone. I go work. Little did I know, working is not as easy as it sounds. Because get a job if nobody wants to have you. Ah! Terrible. So after a year of trying to get something, other than like minimal wage, you work like 2 days a week and barely get anything, I tried to get to a school again and was like, okay, you know what? You got screwed over by your health and by the system. Let's try again on a different school. It can't be that they are just as bad, yeah? And what do they tell you? Yeah, you know what? You tried at that school already, so you're not allowed to try at ours. Why not? Well, they came up with a stupid rule that I'm only allowed to try this kind of school once, regardless which school it is. So if I wanted to retry, I actually have to switch city. Which is absolutely... What kind of... What? So they actively deny me knowledge. Like getting a better degree or going studying or anything. They actively deny me. Which is insane to me. Like, you want to just learn. You just want to get more done. And they actively say, no, you're not allowed to. Why? Because we say so. Yeah. No actual reason. No actual law or anything. Just them being bitches. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. It's overall a bad situation, I would say. I just do it in evening classes now, while taking a 1 year break now to travel and stuff. The thing is, I was to evening school. They were like, no. I was to evening school for exactly 2 years before they kicked me. Why? I don't even know. The thing is, I remember my math class. Yeah, my teacher in mathematics. He always, during classes, was explaining stuff, then gave out tasks and so on. Everything kind of normal, yeah? And then he asked, did anyone had trouble? Did anyone had anything wrong so we can talk about it? And everyone was, yeah, here I had something, or this one had something, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I have everything correct. I didn't have any trouble at all. So obviously I don't say anything because the question was, did you have trouble? No. Do you have anything wrong? No. So as a result, I was barely talking because what should I say? Should I make stuff up or what? And then the test came. And I went with a straight A, nothing wrong at all. And the next day, he came to me, asked me to come outside with him, and he asked me straight up if I cheated. And I was like, please what? What do you mean? Did you cheat? Because there's no way you got a straight A+. You never say anything. You never be part of the freaking class or anything. You must have cheated. And I was like, do you want to insult me? If you only ask, I straight up told him, if you only asked for mistakes or trouble, how am I supposed to say something if I don't have mistakes or trouble? That's a compliment? Yeah, in a way, yes. But he didn't believe me. Yeah? He didn't freaking believe me. So I showed him my notes. I showed him all the paperwork we had for the classes. And he looked it over. Not a single correction, nothing written, rewritten or anything. Everything clean, straight up correct. And he's like, Okay, I guess. He was not happy. With the amount of kids that do cheat, I wouldn't trust any of them. Yeah, I understand where he was coming from, but at the same time, like, he had no proof and simply assumed. And when I tried to prove him that I'm simply good at mathematics, he was like, yeah, of course. The thing is, he always assumed I was cheating. Even later on. Because I kept bringing in the A's. At one point, I took it personal. At one point, I really took it personal. And in front of the entire class, asked him if he could please not write the complete... Like, he wanted to show how to do a certain math. And I asked him actively if he could please not write the solution down. If I could write it down. And he was a little confused, but agreed. Let me in front of the class. And I wrote down the solutions of the entirety of the task. Like, not just this one little calculation. No, the entire paper. The entire A4 paper. Completely. I wrote it down. Out of my head. Just having the paper in my hand. Not even written anything onto it. Just the paper. I looked at the calculation. Was like, okay. Next. I wrote it down completely. I made a joke out of him. Because everyone in class knew that he was convinced that I was cheating. I completely escalated. Because all of a sudden everyone had the solutions for the entire task. Yeah. Everyone had the correct solutions. And he was like... He didn't say a single word. I embarrassed him. Because even he himself couldn't do it without calculator. He had to actively use the calculator to see if I'm correct. While I did it out of the head. Which reminds me, one time, in the original school where I was from 11 to 16, yeah? We had this ground class and the expanded class. The expanded class was what you needed to get a better degree. And since I'm that good in mathematics, I got, after like a year in the basic, I got put into the expanded class. And we had this task. Hi, Magpie. Hi, welcome. How you doing? Yeah. I hope you have a good Friday. I hope you have. No, where was I? Ah, right, the expand class. So, they had a tradition that at the start of each class... Yeah, that's good. At the start of each class, one student had to come in front of the class and write down a calculation that everyone needs to finish in their head. And if they have it correct, they can sit down. Yeah, they have to write it down, give it to the teacher. She is checking if it's correct. If it's correct, they can sit down. If it's not correct, they have to still standing. And they did this for like 5 minutes. Yeah? It was simply like seeing if people are good with this or if they need additional help. And I wrote something down that I came up with. And the teacher looked at it. And the calculation was like, it was supposed to be solvable in the head. Without calculator. And I was like, it is. No, it's not. And she wrote down a F for me. Because she was convinced it's not possible to solve that calculation without a calculator. And I was insulted. I felt seriously insulted. I was so mad that I went to my old teacher from the basic class, told her this, showed her the calculation, and she was like, where's the problem? Because in the basic class, everyone could solve that without a calculator. And in the expanded class, they are so reliant on the freaking calculator that they couldn't do this. And then the expanded class gets a better degree? Excuse me? For being worse? So I ended up requesting that I get... Why even ask the student to do it if you're going to tell them they're wrong? Yeah, exactly. She didn't even let me solve it. Yeah? She didn't even let me prove that I can do it. So I ended up... I still depend on the calculators and I am still wrong with it. Yeah. The thing is, I ended up going to my... after like a while, my grades were good enough to stay in the expanded class, but I didn't want it to. Yeah, I went to the teacher of the basic class and requested that I move to her class again, because there I at least can be useful by helping her teaching the other students. Because that was actually what I did. I was so fast done with the task that she had for us that I actively went around and helped my fellow students if they had trouble. Yeah? And she liked that a lot, because if you have 30 people there in class, for one person it's a lot. Yeah, to take care of everyone. So she liked that a lot. Yeah. So, she was okay with it, because I had a really good reason. Because to get the better degree, I would have not just needed the expanded class in mathematics, but also the expanded class in English. And in English, I was straight up F. So, also, I had my reason, like, it's better, because on the final degree, there is not said if I had the expanded or the basic class in math. So I came to her and was like, hey, it looks better if I have an A on the degree than a C. And I don't get the better one anyway, because I suck at English. So please let me back into the basic course, into the basic class. It's mostly either good at math or good at English. Yeah, by now I'm good at both. I'm good at both. But that took a while. Yeah. Math is simply my mother. Even in the freaking kindergarten, she already taught me math. When I got into school with 6, I already could do division and multiplicate stuff. Up to 100. When I got in first grade, I could already not just calculate up to 100. The thing is, in the kindergarten, I remember, I hated kindergarten. They forced me to go outside when I didn't want to. They forced me to play in the group when I didn't want to. I remember specifically, we had this room full with, pillows and all that stuff, yeah. And I was just laying there. I wanted to sleep. And they were like, no, you don't sleep, you go outside now. Everyone is outside. No, I don't want to. You go now. And they forced me. And when it was about playing and puzzles, I hate puzzles. On, like, puzzle games, fine. But like normal puzzles, they're so boring. They're so boring. They're so not entertaining for me. Yeah? A normal puzzle that you do on the table, no, I throw this at you. Fuck you. So, they actually forced me to sit down and puzzle with them. No puzzle. Not at all. Even 3D puzzle. I can't. I don't have the patience. or not the interest. Let's say I don't have the interest. So they simply forced me to do that. Yeah. So yeah, I was like, meh. But what I could was simply my mother, every time she brought me to the kindergarten, she was asking me questions. What is this plus this? What's this minus this? What's this times this? Yeah. And I learned at the age of 5 already to calculate up to 100. Which was insane. So as a result, I was really freaking good at mathematics. Math was never a problem. And I think when I was 8, yeah, the age 8, 9 and 10, I had, after classes in elementary school, I took additional English classes already. And that was quite good. They were nothing crazy, yeah. It was really like, really the absolute basic of the basic, even basic. The basics are more like difficult. It was mostly like just learning single words and stuff like this. No sentence building, no actively communicating. It was mostly just learning single words, yeah. And I think if I wouldn't have had this year when I was 11 years old, where everything went down with getting bullied all the time, getting into fights all the time, getting threatened by knives and stuff, I think I would have managed even English perfectly from the start, from the get-go. But yeah, that's another what-if scenario. It never happened that way. But it's funny. I don't know where I would sit now if that year wouldn't happen. But granted, I was a difficult child to begin with. Because imagine, first day of the first year in elementary school, 6 years old, 3 10 years old come up and immediately bully you. And why? Because I was standing out. Because my freaking we have this bags that we create in kindergarten for going to school for the first day, that we decorate and stuff like this. And I was a strange kid. While everyone was like stars or smileys or colorful little points and stuff like this, I had a Halloween one. With a spider, a ghost, a dark castle. The entire thing was, of course, in black, yellow, violet. And it was like pure Halloween. And I found this great. So, I was standing out. Granted, it brought me one of my best friends ever that I know to even today. Still friends. With over 30 years old. But it also made me a target. And since I was a little bit different than the rest, like, I don't want to play outside, I want to sleep. I don't want to puzzle, I want to do something else. Yeah. I always was thinking a little different, and when they bullied me, I simply clicked, and all 3 landed in the hospital, and that was my very first day. Because I was like, what was it? One had a broken nose. The other one was bleeding. And the last one had a cut on the chest because I slammed a freaking... What did they say? Half a tree trunk. I think it was only a few sticks, but whatever. I mean, I was 6 years old. How much strength do I have? Yeah. But he had a cut on the chest. And in the end, it was like all 3 had to go into the hospital. And that was my very first day in school. You can imagine I was not very liked by the teachers. So yeah, I was like always the target. Funnily enough, all 3 of them, imagine, you land in the hospital. What is the very first thing you do when you return? You bully the one that put you into the hospital. What idiots. Yeah, they thought it's a nice idea to bully me again. So I punched him into a pulp again. And what do they do a week later? Well, the pause is over, yeah. Everyone has to go back in school, and I was a little late. I was one of the last ones going in, and they were waiting for me and closed and locked the door in front of me. Well, problem? It's a glass door. What do I do? What does Kimmy do? Well, I give the door a good kick. The glass shatters, and I open the door, and this three looked like ghosts and won. I got in so much trouble. In elementary school, I got in so much trouble. But yeah, I had like 3 friends. Really only 3 or 4. The rest was like, I don't care about you. I play with my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I have my little Pokemon features. I have my Beyblades. Yeah, I have my fun. I'm fine. I got all of you. Exactly! Yeah! Lots of people, lots of people, lots of people. Actually, funny thing. The only reason why I even got more extrovert than introvert by now, and even talk as much as I talk, yeah? I used to be the quiet guy. I used to be... I don't talk. I just sit there, observe, like, leave me alone. Yeah, okay, it's someone new, I don't care. Yeah, maybe you're fine, I guess. Yeah, I was really insecure, which is understandable considering everything. You stay like that? Yeah, I get it, I know a lot of people are like that. The thing is simply, at one point, I think I was 15, YouTube came up. YouTube became big. Yeah? And there was this one YouTuber who was already in his mid-30s. He's going straight to 50 by now, yeah? It's fun. It's silly to talk about this. But it's simply like... I still watch him, by the way. He had a lot of experience, and he had a Minecraft Let's Play, out of all things. Yeah, and I only found him because I started Minecraft because of a friend from my COD lobby, Gronk. From my COD lobby, yeah, that guy. From my COD lobby was like, hey, did you see this new game Minecraft? Let's play that. And the entire COD lobby swapped over to PC from the Xbox to play Minecraft. And I was just looking up on YouTube, like, Minecraft. Yeah, some tips or stuff like this. Or what you can build and what you can do. And I stumbled over the channel Pete's Meat. And through them, over the channel Gronk. And I started watching his Minecraft Let's Play. Over 1,000 freaking videos, by the way. 1,000 episodes Minecraft Let's Play. Let's go. No, and he started talking about life experiences and point of view and stuff like this. And I absorbed that. I can openly say and admit I watched each and every single episode of his Let's Play. I absorbed it. And I can honestly say I changed the view of how I approach life. Yeah, I openly changed the view how I approach people, how I think. The entire me did a 180 because I learned, I absorbed the life experience. You know, like, oh, that sounds just like me. And how did he deal with this? Oh my god, it was basically therapy. Without me going to therapy. And after years, at one point, like with 18, yeah, I was like still in the football club, I was like still with friends, and I was like, you know what? You guys are onto something. Screw it. You want to go party? I come along. They were looking at me. You want to come along? What? You never wanted to come along. Yeah, I know. But I want to. And we went to the club. And it was still a little awkward because it was my first time in a club with 18. The others went with 16 for the first time. And it was also the first beer I ever drank. Yes, I was very, very late to the party. I drank my first alcohol with 18. Which is not a bad thing. It's actually very responsible. And I have to say, after that, bit by bit, I got more and more into that stuff. Like, into going out, having fun, spending time with people, being out there, you know? It ended up with me going to the club party, like 4 times a week. Oh, I remember one time, someone had birthday right the day before we had a game. And before we had a iPod game, and our trainer was like, or coach was like, I know you're going party, don't you dare coming drunk. We had the game like 9 a.m. in the morning. The entire team was utterly drunk. We were so done. The aftermath was so bad. But we had the time of our life. No, but it's. I got more and more into talking, into approaching people randomly. Like, seriously, I meet someone new. I don't care even if I don't know the name, I don't care. Your friend now. Yeah, it's like absolutely hilarious. I'm absolutely hilarious with that stuff. So, and yeah, it changed a lot of me. Like, alone the whole approach of life, like going in and not expecting the worst to happen, but always aiming for the best to happen. Yeah? I like to think, like, even my coffee right now, oh, I have still half of my coffee. It's not that half of my coffee is gone. I still have the 1/2 left. Let's go. Yeah? It's that thinking of simply positivity first, if possible. It's not always working. There are negative times, especially considering how 2020 went. But you have to make the best out of it, yeah? Even if everything goes wrong. See it that way. If everything goes wrong, there must be a point where something goes right, correct? At one point, something must go right. Or it's the end anyway, so who cares, yeah? No, 2020 was like the point where I honestly have to say my positivity got a hit. 2020 was like, it started with 3 deaths in the family in January. Then it kept going with freaking Corona. COVID came around. Then it went on with me getting confirmed by the doc that I have to need medication my life long because of certain conditions of my organs who don't want to function the way they should function. Great. What else did I had? I had oh right, my girlfriend, or better said, my we were engaged, yeah. She was like, you know what? I cheated on you. Goodbye. Like 2 weeks before my freaking birthday. And 2 weeks after my birthday, my job back then told me, hey, you know what? It was nice with you. You did a good job, but goodbye. And I was like, are you serious? So I lost 3 family members, lost my half of the big part of my social life because of COVID, got told I have to take medicine my life long because of some stupid failure, sickness, don't know what the hell with my organs. My freaking engaged girlfriend left, and I lost my job. That was my 2020. Oh no, I was so done. I locked the door the entire December and didn't came out, not even for Christmas. I was simply done. I spent an entire month simply in front of the PC doing nothing. I was just existing. Then New Year came around. And I was like, the firework is kinda nice. What do I do here? Yeah, January 21, I was like, what am I even doing here? I sit here in my dark apartment in front of my PC doing nothing apart from being sorry for myself. I'm doing nothing apart from crying how bad this all is, why I can't change it because it happened. Am I stupid? Am I actually that stupid? And I got up, went out, and was like, hello world, you have me back. Let's go. I simply said, screw this depression, fuck you, I go out of there. Granted, looking back, not the best decision because I should have taken help. I was simply like, my doctor back then told me, hey, that's a lot. Because I told her the entire story. That's a lot. Don't you want, like, actually therapy or something, maybe? It could certainly help you. It would be good, I think. And I was like, no, I'm fine. I got this. And now, years later, I realize I certainly didn't got this. I didn't got this. I just put it all in the back of my head, locked the door, and ignored it until it got so big that it bursted out again. And now I sit here with that certain problem that I can't even comprehend and not really take into words. And yeah. Now that I want help, I have a hard time getting some. I mean, I'm at least happy that the freaking job center understands the issue. Because they straight up said, okay, listen. You have problems. We already expected you to have these problems. Especially considering how long you struggled to get a job. How about we ignore the whole thing of getting a job for now. And you fix your mental issues. Yeah? They straight up said, you know what? We understand. Take your time. We support you. Fix this shit. And I was so nervous when I went to them because of this. Because I was like, okay. I know exactly what they want. They want me to finally work. They will put me into a, I don't know, stupid job without proper payment for 8 hours a day. Because that's what they do at times. And I was like, okay, I don't want that. I really don't want that. I have to come clean. I have to come clean. I have to accept that I have problems. I have to accept that I need help. I can't handle it. I want to handle it, but I can't. So I went to them and simply opened up. I told them my issue. I told them I need help. And they were like, ah, finally. What do you mean finally? Yeah, we already marked that down here that this is a potential issue and we were basically just waiting for you to come out. And I was like, okay. I was sitting there like a deer in the spotlight. Yeah. I was seriously sitting there like a freaking bulldozer went over me. Like a mountain fell from my back. I was stunned, but at the same time, so I don't know. I feel like a freaking stone was lifted from me, because they were expecting it. They're not judging. They actually help, which was absolute ridiculous to me. So now I simply sit here, have a certain amount of time, of course, limited. I just finished like last month. The text declaration was something that really lay on me because I had to do it, but I pushed it away the entire time because I was like, complicated. Go away. I just yesterday finished paperwork for the job center, so they keep paying me the sustainment money. Yeah. And the only thing that I really have still on my hand that is still going is that I find somehow a therapy place. And it bothers me because actually it's the only thing still on my mind that is waiting on me. But at the same time, it waits so much that it gives me trouble to concentrate, that it gives me trouble to sleep properly, that it gives me trouble to actually do stuff. It is a difficult situation, so to say. But at the same time, like, if you think about all the shit I went through, it is the smallest issue ever. If you really think about it. And I already said, if I go to therapy and sit in front of the therapist and he asked me to just talk. I mean, look at the timer now. We are 1 hour 44 in and I keep talking. These sittings usually only go an hour. I need like 2 or 3 sittings just to explain to him the entire story. Like, that will take forever. He is not prepared. I can tell you that much. He is not prepared for the IMP. This Kimmy has an issue, and he is willing to talk about it. No, it's the story times. Yeah, the story times. I tell you, the amount of story times. Like that one time when I threw a fucking chair through the freaking window of elementary school. Not because I was angry or anything, but I wanted to prove something. I was like... They were like, no way you can throw that. I was like, yes, I can throw that. What I didn't calculate it was that the window was in the way. And all of a sudden, yeah, the chair was on the street. And I was looking at the window and... you know what? Class is over, no teacher here. We leave now. We have no idea how that happened. Nobody said anything. To this day, I think nobody knows how that chair flew through that window. Oh, that was terrible. that was a miscalculation. Or another miscalculation. We had the stone stairs. Like this meter-long stone stairs that was normally meant to sit on. I was standing on stair number 3, like 3.5 meters up, and was like, of course I jumped down here. And I jumped. Yeah, the concrete ground liked my knee a lot. You could see the bone. I had to go into the hospital with this. I was bleeding all over the place. And I had a very big bandage over the knee. Next day, I'm back onto the Schulground. I stand on top of the stairs again and was like, so anyway, what I wanted to show you yesterday is I can do that. I jump again. Yeah, second knee. Same wound. Down to the bone. So I had the second knee also bandaged up really heavily. One would think I learned from this shit, yeah? So I'm there with on crux, yeah, because I was not supposed to work normally. And I hated it. I was sitting on a bench and was like, the other kids are over there playing football. And I was like, hey, I want to play along. I leave the crutch alone, ignored that little bit of pain in my knees and went playing football. I was a menace for society, I tell you. Oh no. But the actual worst thing ever was summer holidays. school out. Yeah? Yes. Very next day, like the weekend after, like 3 days later, we wanted to drive into the holidays to Denmark. Yeah? Into the countryside, Denmark, beaches, everything. I jumped down some stairs. Yes, I did that a lot. And I came on wrong. Not onto my knees this time, but I actually hurt my ankle and had to wear like a contraption to keep my foot straight the entire time so it could heal. And with that contraption, I drove into the holidays to the beach. Ah! Oh, it was so terrible. It wasn't pain. It didn't hurt, but I couldn't use my move my foot properly, so I couldn't run or do anything, or could go into the water or anything. Ah, it was terrible. I was such a stupid child at times. Or the oh no, the Beyblade story. Ladies and gentlemen, Beyblades. I hope you know what a Beyblade is. There's little spinners, yeah, that you use the leaded whip and they spin and spin and spin. Yeah. My parents were like, they are too expensive. You get the cheap ones. We got this ones. Here, be happy with it. The problem is, one of the cheap ones it was like this, yeah, only big like this, but the metal ring around it was like this, with sharp edges and everything. It was a murder weapon, if you ask me. If I look at it now, I still have it in my shelf. It is a straight up murder weapon. Like, if you throw that at someone, you actually put a hole into their head with that thing. So, I use that thing. Obviously, I'm a child and I'm stupid. And, yeah, the other ones had original ones and they were demolished by this monster. Yeah, they were torn apart by this metal ring. And I wanted to grab the Beyblade to stop it. I grab it, and the next thing I know is I have a bleeding flesh wound on the inside of my hand. Holy shit, that hurt. So I ended up stopping this, only putting the hand flat on top, never grabbing that thing again. And honestly, after like 2 more uses, I put that thing away on purpose, and my parents actually accepted that they screwed up. Also said, hey, don't use this anymore. We get you the original expensive ones because they are not dangerous. Oh, it was so hilarious. Oh, this was freaking murder weapon. I can't. But if I look back, like, what went through the heads of my parents to give your child, yeah, your 7 years old child, something like this? Something that can count as straight up knife. If you want to. Like, a spinning knife that you throw onto the ground that keeps spinning. Potentially hitting someone. What? If you think about it. Oh. No. Honestly, at one point, for next stream, Sunday, honestly, I make a picture of this thing. I will show it to you. Next to one of the original ones that I still have. That thing is dangerous incarnate. Oh god, no. Speaking of dangerous incarnate. How long shall I yap? I'm yapping for 2 hours straight. Are you even still fine? Are you with me, guys? Oh no, I'm yapping so much. The coffee keeps keeping me up, but my throat is slowly. Holy shit. Yeah. Anyway. No, where was I? Fuck. Yeah, dangerous incarnate. I remember a dog. A dog, out of all. Do you know duck sounds? Like this little hot dogs that are this long ones. The ones, the farm where we went to in the holidays to Denmark, they had them. 2 of them. One was the most nicest and most well-behaved little dog that I ever met. And the other one was a freaking beast incarnate. He went hunting. He went out and came back with dead rabbits, dead ferrets, dead freaking, I don't know what everything, dead birds. He was out hunting and fighting. And one day, he came back covered in blood, his nose ripped open. He had a freaking fight with a literal, how are they called? With a badger. With a literal badger. Like, what the fuck? That thing of a dog was a fighting machine. It was a killer machine. If you tried to somehow grab him, he was fighting you. And he had strength. Holy shit. That little beast. So, and they had this guard dog. Like, he had like, how tall was he? Like, a meter? Shoulder height? A meter? A bit over a meter? He was massive. Yeah? And he had this he was completely dark gray, but his face was pure black. And his eyes were constantly staring. Because obviously he guards the house, yeah? And he was sitting in the garden between this in this little opening in the hedge. And he was just sitting there, staring. While I was out playing and I looked at him, I was terrified. I was never terrified of an animal, but I was terrified of this freaking dog. He was staring into your very soul, I tell you. He never did anything. He never did anything. He was very well behaved, actually. But I, as a little boy, when he was sitting upright, he was taller than me. And he was just staring. Like, oh, I don't want to. I went into the house. I went into the house, looked out of the window, and was looking if he was still sitting there. And he was still sitting there. Because he holds guard that no one comes in. Yeah? He was just doing what he does. He didn't even meant to do anything to me. But I was so scared of this dog. The thing is simply, I grew up with dogs. And cats. And birds. And a lot of other things. But this one, looking back, honestly, I think I could have hugged him and he would have done nothing. He was simply a big guy sitting in the doorway. As long as I wouldn't have tried to get into the house, I think I would have been fine. Because, looking back, he never did anything to anyone. Also, one of the neighbor's dogs there, I remember the dogs, they could roam free. They could go out whenever they wanted. Yeah? So, in the middle of the night, we had this massive window. And you could look outside. And the countryside, you don't have lights. Yeah, you don't have traffic lights or anything. There is pure black darkness outside. And we only had a small light on, so we couldn't really look far outside. And this pitch black dog from the night bus was sitting in front of the window. You couldn't see him. You could only see the eyes all of a sudden looking through the window. You couldn't see the dog because he simply melted into the night. But the eyes simply reflected the light from the inside, and you only could see these 2 eyes staring into the living area. And we were like, what the fuck is this? And my mother went closer and was like, oh, it's Yoshi! The little dog from the night boss. And I was immediately like, Yoshi! And went outside, and the dog immediately like tail wagging. Ah! Someone comes playing, someone comes playing. Oh, but if it's in the middle of the night on the countryside and just two eyes stare at you out of the nothing that is the darkness, that feels different. That feels so different. Oh, holy hell. No, but I think I said it before that I was thinking of getting a dog. Granted, the idea is actually not really realistic considering my financial situation. But looking back, I had always like pets around me, and I feel that I'm missing something, you know? Like, I grew up, as I said, with dogs, cats, birds, everything. Like, my parents had 2 cats, my one side of the grandparents had 2... Get a parrot? Oh, maybe. That's actually funny. No, my one side of grandparents had 2 cats. My other side always had a dog, sides I can think, because the last 60 years that they are married, they always had a dog. My aunt had a dog. My one uncle had a dog. My parents also had like my mother had like 2 birds at one point. Granted, not long. When I was 7, they sadly already died because of old age. And because of the cats, they didn't got new ones. What did we also had? We had newts. Yeah, little salamanders. Fire belly salamanders. Yeah. Like 3 of them. Were actually really cute to look at. If they were out feeding. Oh, they were silly little guys. Also, they were intelligent enough to recognize you. Or get a gecko? I don't know if I want a gecko. I mean, they're cute and all, but I want something more engaging, you know? More interacting. No, and I personally, the very first pets I owned myself. Granted, looking back, I would say my parents really messed up with this one. Guinea pigs. Number 1 issue. We thought. We got them from friends, and we thought it were 2 girls. Yeah, we thought so until we had 4 instead of 2 one day. In the cage. And we realized one of them is a male and not a girl. Congratulations, you just got 2 additional ones. First issue, you. Exactly. Always. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Johnny. Doing fine. Just yapping all over the place. Story time and so. Buy 2, get 2 for free. Exactly. The problem was, I mean, we neutered the male afterwards because we realized, hey, that's not a smart idea. The problem were the 2 new ones were cute and all, but they were 2 boys. So at one point when they came into the right age, they became really aggressive towards the father and towards each other, and we had to give them away. I'm playing Leg, join us. Then we have 5. What? League? I didn't want to play League. I wanted to play Cyberpunk later. Sorry. No, but, yeah, we had to give them away. So then, the next thing, the girl died. The betrayal. Ah! Sorry. Not feeling like League at well. Sorry about this. League is like what I really don't need right now. I'm sorry! I hope you're winning. No, what I was saying, then the girl died. Or did the girl die? No, the boy died. That's fine. Petting Audie. Wish him luck. Guys, wish him luck. Please. He needs it. It's League after all. No, the boy died. I remember. The boy died. So we had to get a replacement because you can't keep Guinea pigs alone. And yeah, exactly. The girl died early. Yeah, normally they get a few years old. She died after just 2 years. So having a 2-year-old, wish you challenger player enemies and bronze allies. He has premates with him. Does this already count as bronze? No. No. So a 2-year-old Guinea pig, you can't leave it alone. Yeah, you can't. So we looked around and yeah, boys. Anyway. No, so we looked around for replacement. Yeah, we needed an older Guinea pig that preferably are girls, so they get along. And we went to the shelter. Nothing. So at one point we found a breeder who actually had one that was never giving any children because of a failure with the womb. And he simply had it and couldn't get rid of it. Yeah, it was a really cute little girl, completely in black. A completely black Guinea pig is also really rare. It was a good girl. And then the boy died at one point. What's up with all that balls? It is a Twitch redeem and they are throwing balls at me. Sorry, the interaction is only for Twitch. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can set it up for Kick. I would have to see. Yeah, sorry. I have to see if I can set it up for Twitch, for Kick. If yes, I will do. Maybe for next stream, I will look into it. I don't know if it's even possible. No, not even more balls. What are you doing? They stake. Are you crazy? No, then the boy Guinea pig died. And we were like, freaking hell, this girl is not even remotely old. Black Wolf, not another one! We are 3,000, what are you doing? Not 3,000 balls in my face. No, so we went out again, finding another one. And in one of the shelters, fish. In one of the shelters we actually found one that kinda fit. It was a cuddly one. Really cuddly. Like, you opened the cage and it immediately ran up, demanded pets. It was such a cute little girl. Of a Guinea pig. And then the older one, the black one, died. And I was like, okay, you know what? It's enough. It is enough. I'm not dealing with this bullshit anymore. And we had a nightbar who had, I think, 8 Guinea pigs. She had an entire womb turned into a massive habitat for them. Yeah? And I simply asked her, hey, you know, we have this issue. Not more balls! Not another 1,000, what are you doing? Ah! No, and we simply asked them, hey, we are in an endless loop with getting new ones. We can't. We are done. Would you be up to take this little one with you? And she was like, sure. If she integrates into the group, if the others like her, we can try. And she ended up blending in perfectly. Yeah. So that was the end of me having Guinea pigs. Then I originally said like, no more pets. I don't want to. I don't want to. They die too fast and it's an endless cycle. And then my cousin came along. He had gabbles from a friend for like he had one white one, albino, one dark gray, and 2 light brown beige ones who were actually twins. Yeah. And he had them from a friend, but then he had the issue he had to go into prison for, I think, 2 months. For yeah, he had debts that he couldn't pay. Yeah, he had debts that he couldn't pay because he missed to pay some fine and stuff like this. And yeah, he was stupid. Anyway, the Goebbels, they had to go somewhere. And I was like, when we were kind of saving some of his stuff from getting taken out and sold by the government to pay his freaking debts, we went in there and took out some of his stuff, like the important stuff. Yeah. There were the question of the Goebbels. What do we do with the little mouses? Yeah. And, well, there was immediately said by the government guy, they become snake food. And I was like, hell nah. Fuck you. They're mine now. I don't care. So, and yeah, I love these little guys. They were funny. The thing is, they only get like 2 to 4 years old. Yeah, the ones that I had. So 2 of them died with 3.5. The white and the gray one. They died with 2.5. 3.5. The third one died with 4 years. So basically the max age they normally reach. The last one, I was like, okay, you're already 4 years old. I'm not going to get you another companion. I simply take really good care of you and spend a lot of time with you. Because getting new ones into this, I learned from the junior picks, yeah? And normally, human cannot replace, like, the missing parts of the group. A human can't replace it completely. Well, it turns out this little mouse became 6 years old, which was strange. For 2 years, it lived on its own just with me. And it was completely fine. It was eating normally, it was sleeping normally, it was doing all the normal stuff. And at one point, one day, I simply came home and the little guy was rolled into a ball where I saw it laying down, sleeping the evening before, and it was already cold. It fell asleep and didn't wake up again. That was the absolute menace of a Goebbels. This brown fur was completely white, light gray at that point. Yeah, this was a granddad of doom in mouse form. Oh, already gone. Like, that it got 6 years old when they are normally in captivity only get 4. Like, what the hell have I done with this freaking mouse? And then, yeah, I didn't learn my lesson. I have a too big heart for animals. Because years later, a very good friend and adoptive half-brother, yeah, got rats. Yeah, rats get like 2 years old. I don't know. Let me Google real quick. They get 2 to 3 years old. Yeah, and he got 2 of them. And at one point, he couldn't keep them anymore. And I was like, I'm not letting them become rat food. They are way too cute and way too well behaved. They listen to you. They stay on your shoulder if you walk around. They eat out of your hand. They are so well trained. They don't go to die simply because you can't care for them anymore. Give them to me. First thing I did, the small cage that they had went onto the garbage. I got me a freaking wardrobe and repurposed this with a multi-floor cage that I even expanded by adding a second cage to a hole onto the side of it to double the size of the entire thing. From one side to the other, they had 3 meters to 1 and 2 meters height to climb. This true had heaven itself. And so the years went on. I had them for 2 years. They became 3 years old. One of them died. And I was like, what do we do? I don't want to leave them alone. So I had the brilliant idea. I get me 2. Because if the old one dies then the 2 other ones can live together on. Yeah? Smart way. What I wasn't considering was that the old one was a freaking freak of nature. Number 1, he established immediately he's the chef. He's the boss in the wing. Yeah, he's the chef in the cage. He doesn't care. The other 2 were like less well behaved, yes, but they were fine. Yeah, both of them died before the old one. At the age of 2. I want to mention the rat was already 3 years old. The max age. The freaking rat became over 5 years old. And died of cancer. In the end. And not even by itself, I had to put it down. Because the cancer was in his skull. And a 5 years old rat. You can't operate a 5 years old rat. And the cancer was eating the bone. And when we realized what he had, he came up to me on eye level, on the floor of on eye level. He came up to the door and was just holding one side of his face forward, where was a hole in his skin. And I freaked the fuck out because that was not there the day before. And I already wondered why he stopped eating. I was just considering, okay, he is very old. Maybe it's simply his time. And I went immediately to the emergency vet. They inspected it and then used a Q-tip to clean it and realized the bone of his upper jaw was utterly gone. It was gone. It was peri. She could simply scrap the bone out because it was completely gone. And that was like, oh, nightmare. Nightmare fuel to see that. So, she inspected the wet furniture, made multiple stuff, like, she was first not completely sure if it's the entire bone, but then she made a screenshot of the insides, you know, with how they, I don't know how exactly they do this. I'm not in medicine at all. But she then said, like, there is a cancer tumor in his freaking head. MRI. Yeah, MRI. In his head. What CT? I don't know. But she simply said there is this tumor in his head that spreads out and eats the bone and also presses onto the brain, which was the main reason why he, for over a year, held his head always to the side. I could make a sense out of it, but it was actually the tumor pressing onto the brain the entire time. So he was like, there was not a chance. The tumor would have eaten his entire skull at one point. It would have simply vaporized his bone, bit by bit. He couldn't eat anymore. He couldn't bite. I would have had to hand feed him, and even then he had pain. He had pain, he had this open wound, he had his upper jaw basically not present anymore. And a constant tumor pressing on his brain. Like, I couldn't justify to leave him alive. So I simply said, okay, you know what? This has no sense. He's 5 years old. He is 2 years older than a rat should actually be in captivity. He had a good life. I'm not going to let him suffer. Fuck you. Fuck you, God. Fuck you, whoever is responsible for this bullshit to exist. I'm not letting him suffer. I had him in my hand while the syringe came in. Not even with the way how this goes in Germany is they first get narcotics to fall asleep and then they get the deadly stuff to actually die. He didn't even survive the falling asleep. But he knew exactly what was coming for him. Because the moment she came around with this thing, he started really digging into my arm, cuddling as tightly to me as he could. I nearly had tears in my eyes. He knew exactly this is the end. He knew what was coming for him. It was so ridiculous. He fell asleep, and with falling asleep, his heart already stopped. He didn't even need the dead needle. Which was to be expected, to be honest, but it still was so freaking sad. And that was the time where I decided I don't want the small, short-lived animals anymore. I don't want to. Like, having only like 2 or 3 years with an animal, with a pet that you really bond with, is so hard. That is so painful. And what did I do? I took in the freaking bunny of my ex-girlfriend. And why? Because she was a menace to society and absolutely incapable to take care of it. Like, having a bunny in a 1x1 cage 24/7, only letting it out like once a week for like 10 minutes, smoking the entire day inside the same room where the animal lives and sits, and having loud music like every time when you come from work, to the extent that the ground is shaking. That's not good for a bunny. They have very sensitive ears. So at one point she was simply so stressed from her work that she said she can't take care of him. And I offered, hey, you know what? I don't have a job. Or actually no, I have had a job, but when I took it in, I still had time. Yeah, it was before I started my new job at that point, which I, by the way, also lost like months later. I took him in. At the start, he was scared. He was really scared. He was like, he didn't know what was going on. He was not that familiar with me, I granted. Bunnies are very smart. And I simply started with letting him out and just run around. Gave him some food. He was confused because all he ever had was dry food. Never fresh. No green, no carrots, nothing. Not even hay. Because my ex was like, he's not eating it. He is refusing to eating it. And he also eats no green. And is overall, she gave me this massive bag of very, very cheap dry food that I looked at, put to the side, and never touched again. First things first, I spent a week making him get familiar with fresh food. Turns out, he loved salad. He loved salad. Oh, holy hell. He was nearly tearing it out of my hand. Later on. And I let him out every day. At one point, I had a really trouble getting him back into the cage for the night. So I decided, you know what? He uses only the cage as toilet anyway. I leave the freaking cage open. Screw it. I just closed the door from the living room and let him sit there. So, and I continued this. At one point it was normal. Eating and toilet were in the cage. Everything else he could run around as he wanted. The cage stood open 24/7. He came to me every time when I came home or into the room. He came running up to me, run around my feet, sat down onto my feet until he got his pets. Yeah? Until I pet him behind the ears for a little bit, for a minute or so. Then he ran off. Then there was food. And I got him dry food, completely reliant on dried plants instead of like this sheep stuff. And it was very, very little dosage. Yeah. Like really only like a limited amount each day. And he was so needy for that stuff. He was so greedy. I only had to touch the bag and he already nearly made flips in the air because of excitement. He wanted that stuff so badly. But always limited. So he doesn't get too addicted to it, I guess. It was like a cat getting catnip. Like, he was really going crazy for that stuff. So, and after 3 months of being basically mine, I was really careful around him. Never allowed music. Always spending lots of time with him. Especially the bonding phase. I actually took like my pillow and my blanket and was laying here on the ground in the living room next to him because he was sitting under the table and just spent the night like this so he gets more familiar with me. In the end, he was just laying in the open. I could randomly go up to him, giving him pets and stuff like this. He was fine with that. And then 3 months were over. My ex came back and was like, I want my bunny back. I feel better now. I have more time now. He didn't wanted anything from her. He came to me. He refused to let her touch him. He refused to acknowledge her. He refused to even go close to her. I felt so incredibly bad to give him back. Oh no. Especially since I know what happened. Because I saw the cage like 2 months later outside on the garbage. I know that she gave the little guy to her sister, who is even worse at taking care of animals. I mean, she is nicer to the animals, granted, but she's stupid. She did shave the bunnies in the summer because it was too warm, in her opinion. You don't shave a bunny. You don't. Number one, you risk of them having a heart attack. Number two, you actually risk that they actually die because they can't regulate the heat properly because of missing fur. Oh no. And when I told her that, she was like, oh, I didn't know. Google it, please. The next time you do anything with the animals, Google it beforehand, please. Oh, okay. Oh, she is such a... Oh no, she has 2 brain cells and one is busy breathing. With breathing, the other one is busy with actually not falling to the ground. I don't know. I don't know, that was such a pain. giving this bunny back, I don't know. I could never, and I think I could never work for a shelter or for like taking care of rescued animals because I would grow too attached. I couldn't work in a shelter. I would end up with 50 dogs and 60 cats myself simply because I can't have it that they be unlucky or feeling bad or anything. I couldn't. I remember that time when we went into that shelter to look for a Guinea pig back then. Oh no, I know. I had to actively really go through there like this. Don't look to the side. Don't look at the cats and dogs. Don't do it. Don't do it, Kimmy. Otherwise, you end up with more animals than you can even take care of. You can't. I'm too kind. Fun fact, when I was younger, despite all the freaking good grades I had, I always wanted to work in a zoo. But when I then tried to apply for it and get in there, since the entire employment of the zoos runs to the city council, yeah, I never got a chance. I feel so bad about this. I looked so forward to this. That was like the childhood dream. And to this day, I still try to apply for it, but no chance. And now with my health condition, I likely can't even work there, even if they would take me. Because working in a zoo is hard work, yeah? You start with actually a shovel and taking care of the shit of the animals. Like, seriously, you clean. That's how you start this stuff. No, but I would likely not even be able to do it at this point, which is kind of sad. That would be something that I could really live for. And all the other stuff that really would interest me, where I really would live a dream, like archaeology or like taking care of animals, wildlife, taking care of wildlife, ranger stuff, like whatever. I likely can't even do even if I would manage to get in there. Because of my stupid health! I hate it! Oh no. It's sad. It's sad. I sit here, entertain you hopefully, but at the same time, I can't fulfill my dreams. Even if I would get the chance, I likely can't. That's a funny one, I always wanted to do like bungee jumping and parachute. Like jumping out of an airplane. Free fall. Yes! Let's go. Oh, I always wanted that. And I can't. Because of my artificial eardrum. It would most likely explode if I did this. Oh, that's not good. That's certainly not good. Do you want to know how I even got that thing? How I even come that I, with the age of, what was it, 19, got an artificial eardrum? Because football. At the football game, in the middle of it, the enemy goalkeeper was kicking the ball. I, on the very other side of the football field. These things are wide, yeah? These things are long. The ball comes in from above. I want to take it with the chest and lay my head so to the side to not get it into the face, just in case that I miscalculate. Because I very easily get nosebleed. At least back then. I got it exactly onto the ear. So exactly that it covered the entire ear so precisely that the air got shot through and blasted my eardrum. From the distance of over 100 meters. That would be like... I can go go into the casino. It wasn't painful at all. That's the funny thing. It wasn't painful at all. I got spawn camped. Yeah, something like this. I was standing there and was like, why can't I hear anything? Like, seriously, complete silence on the one side. I wanted to continue, but my entire... I couldn't navigate myself, yeah? My balance was off, and my complete senses from one side were completely lost. Yes, I could what? I could see, but you rely more on your hearing than you think. And I felt so weird. I couldn't move. And I signaled my coach that I wanted to swap out, which I never do. I was the last one who gets swapped out freely by own account. Yeah. Normally, you kick me, I'm the first one to jump up again. I fall in full speed onto the ground. I slither over the stone. I jump up and keep going. I, to this day, have on the index finger here a scar that is where half of my index finger is simply ripped open. Yeah? That will likely never heal up properly. I will never have little fanboy hands. Sorry, guys. That is the issue. No, I didn't even realize that I was bleeding like shit. I remember that one time. No, I remember that one time I was in full speed. And one of the enemy team simply kicked against my legs. And I flew into the air. I was so fast. I flew nearly 3 meters. And then landed. And we have ash. Yeah. We didn't have like grass or artificial grass or anything. We had this ash and stone ground on the football field. And I land like this. Face first and go another half a meter. Over the ground. I stand up. We had yellow tricots. Yeah. We had yellow jerseys. Mine was utterly wet. I was bleeding in the face. I was bleeding on both hands and arms. Both legs from the hips down to the knees, completely open. And when I removed my jersey, the entire upper body was simply one giant amount of scratches that were bleeding like shit. And I first didn't realize. I stood up from this fall, was swapping off, simply put off some of the ash, was like, yeah, whatever, and wanted to keep going. And like a minute later, the game was stopped, and I was told I can't continue because I'm bleeding. And I was like, what? What do you mean? And I looked down on me, and the entirety of the jersey was pure wet. The green pants had wet stains, and I was bleeding all over my shoes from the knees. I went out, went into the cabin, into the showers, showered all the blood off, grabbed a new jersey, threw it over the old one, crappled the socks over the knees, went up to my coach and was like, I'm ready, I want in again. And he was like, nah, leave it. It's only 3 minutes left. Yeah, maybe a little. No, he was like, it's only 3 minutes left. You stay out. It's not worth it. And I was so mad, but I understood. Like, 3 minutes, yeah, okay, fine. And after that, I spent like the entire next week looking like a freaking mummy. I looked like a freaking mummy. No, but I'm really resistant with stuff like this, yeah? He's protected from himself, yeah, kinda. Yeah, my football time was rough. I was always not just the last one who gets out of breath. I'm also the last one who stays on the ground. When I stay on the ground, you could be sure it was serious. I remember one time, I looked up, ball comes from above, yeah? I looked up, wanted to get it with the head, yeah? Getting it over to our teammate. The enemy player also wanted to do this. We both jumped at the same time and collided with the heads in the air. With full force. I was standing and was like, what happened? The other one immediately fell to the ground, crying his eyes out. He had a concussion. He had to get carried off the field and I was just standing there like, what just happened? What the fuck? Where's the ball? Like, I didn't even realize what happened there and why he was crying. Only when everyone came onto the field and was like, okay, sorry. Yeah. And I was also the one that you didn't want to make angry. I remember a game. Enemy player was keep on insulting me every time when no one was in reach. How is it? How is he called? How is he called in English? The referee. Yeah, I'm stupid with finding words sometimes. The referee. Every time the referee turned around and wasn't able to listen, he kept insulting me. And he kept pushing me and kicking me and hitting me and whatever every time when no one was looking. And at one point he insulted my mother. And rammed his elbow into my side. And I was like... I mean, everyone noticed apart from the referee. Yeah? And a teammate who was sitting on the sideline. At one point, he told my father, who was co-coach, yeah, of the team, "Oh no, it's happening." And I must have looked like a freaking predator in that moment. I must have looked like I locked in, because that guy that was going after me the entire time had the ball. And was on my side. And I started running towards him. And everyone must have seen my look because I focused solely on that guy, not onto this freaking ball. I threw myself right into him. Purely with the objective, you fall now, you asshole. You fall to the ground and hurt. And... by a miracle, I hit the ball first, so it was not a foul. And the referee was like, yeah, ball played. Fair game. That guy jumped up, angry as hell, kicked me in the head while I was still on the ground, and was insulting me, and was sent off with a red card from the field, and with a fine for actually attacking me. I was the one attacking him. And I jumped up with the widest grin of all time. Oh, you little bitch. You got what you deserve. This was so on purpose. In case of fights, always look like the victim. Exactly. No, but it was really like, my teammate was like, oh my god, he's going for him. This guy is going to suffer now. He's going to fall now. And my father wanted to already scream, Gaby, don't! But in that moment, I was already flying right in front of that guy. I had so many moments like this. But that one was like the absolute goated. Like, he was sent off with the punishment for me kicking him off the feet. That was gold. That was pure entertainment. Oh no, like, in all seriousness. My football time in that football team, that was some of the best time I ever had. I didn't have the best teams in that sense of going out with friends that much. I mean, I had my friends, we went gaming. Like, we gathered together at one of the places from us and simply played on the Nintendo all day or stuff like this, yeah? Like, I can remember all night long on the PS2 just playing freaking wrestling games against each other. Oh, that was great. Or freaking Mario Kart. Oh, freaking Mario Kart. Or Smash Bros. Oh, Smash Bros! Oh, we had one time where we had a freaking LAN party where we were at my home. I invited 2 guys and we played a MMO. Fiesta Online. Free-to-play MMO. RPG. And we had a guild that was actually founded by us, led by us, and had only one objective. Helping new players. Yeah? If anyone has a problem with a... Wait. Has a problem with finishing a quest or finding stuff? We offered that. Against very cheap payment or depending how new you are for free. Like, it was really cool. And at one point, we simply decided, hey, let's make a proper game night. So, since they were not allowed to carry their PCs with them, we used the laptop from my father and the PC from my mother, put everything together in the living room, brought my PC over as well, and were sitting onto the freaking couch on the table with the 3 PCs and were playing. Which is actually kinda hilarious because we played a freaking MMO out of all. But it simply feels different if you're all in the same room. And it was such a good time, honestly. Like, if you think about it, this is a very unique way of having a guild in a MMO. Like, every other guilds do raids and help primarily their own members and all that stuff. We, on the other hand, we organized us as noob helper. Yeah? You have a problem with a raid? We can help you. You search a specific weapon? Oh, we can get that. We were rich as fuck. Yeah, we were one of the richest guilds on the entire server. Simply because there were so many. Because at the start of the game, you get so much free currency from the game that you can't use up everything. Only later in the game it gets less. So, of course, we were aiming for the noobs that came in new and had lots of the currency. And we're like, yeah, sure, I don't need that much anyway. Here, I have you. So we ended up simply collecting so much. It was such a good business model, and honestly, it was easy stuff to do for us because we were so high level. And we had characters for each level so we can enter the weights. Yeah. And we simply gave all low level characters the high level equipment and smashed through the weights for the noobs. We carried them through there and got paid for it. It was absolutely hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious, I tell you. But it was a really funny time. Not gonna lie. No, and it all came to an end simply because at one point the entire thing became really pay to win. But at the same time, the company behind the game had financial issues. They had a bunch of free MMO games that they had, like some more comic looking, some more serious looking. And Fiesta was one of them. And I mean, I think the game is still online, but it's basically dead. There was at one point simply no new players coming in, and the old ones also slowly leaving, and simply the towns that were always full with players were ghost towns, and we simply decided we move on as well. It was a fun time. Looking back, one of them is actually working as a banker of the two, and the other one is guitar builder. Speaking about unique job, he always had a feeling for music. He could play 5 different instruments. He could cover the music from Metallica and Kokage, AC/DC, whatever you wanted, completely by himself, by recording the single instruments one after the other. And he always wanted to work he always had the dream job building guitars. That's unique, but he actually made it. Which is cool. Which is really cool. Yeah, holy frick. Nah, I missed that time. I really missed that time. Oh, goddamn. What else can I say? Oh, I remember one time I convinced a friend of mine to actually do a good thing. We were in a club. We were both 18. Yeah? And we had this group of friends. And it became 10 p.m. Which means everyone under 18 needs to go. Yeah? Between 16 and 18 can stay from 6 to 10. 10 p.m. is the time where everyone needs to go home, because that's the time where they are not allowed outside anymore. So, yeah, the entire group simply decided, hey, you know what? It sucks if we stay and half of us needs to go. We all leave. It's fine. It was good 4 hours. Yeah? We go out, say bye to everyone, and then realize that 2 girls of the group, they needed to go to the complete other end of the freaking city, and the bus was not driving anymore. Because of an issue. They were not, the line was not, the route was not driving. So they had to go on foot, in the middle of the night, 2 16 years olds, to the entire city, in this day and time. My, at that time, best friend and I looked at each other, and we're like, oh hell nah, you're not going alone. And we had to go into the complete opposite direction, yeah? But we decided, you know what? Screw this, we bring you home. And we walked the entire thing, a bit over an hour, to them, said bye at their door, turned around and spent 2 hours walking home. Oh no. I mean, we only did that once, because after that we simply called in our Uber for them. But still, like, at that moment, we were simply drunk. And we're like, wait a moment, that's stupid. That's stupid. We can't do this responsibly. No. You know what? We come along. Screw it. We have all night. It's a Friday evening. Let's go. And hey, on the way back, we actually got us a döner kebab and another beer each. Like, yeah, come on. Let's make the best out of the situation. Kinda sad that I don't have contact with this guy anymore. It was fun. It was really fun. Nah, it was a good time. It was a really fucking good time. Like, there are not many things that I regret. I mean, yes, the school time was meh to some extent. A lot of jobs that I did were everything but not great. A lot of things that I did, I would have handled differently, especially with some friends of mine that didn't go too well. For example, one of my best friends, we grew apart because he was drunk. And he simply said, I don't need a friend who doesn't want to get drunk with me. Because I didn't want to get drunk, because the next day I promised my girlfriend at the time I would drive her where was it again? To a specific place where she had to go for something important. And it would be early in the morning. So I said, hey, I can stay up late, yes, but I'm not going to get drunk because I have to be fit in the morning to drive her. And he was not having that in his drunken head. And it ended up with us growing apart and not talking for 5 years until we run into each other randomly in the middle of town at the central station. And we're like, I know you, wait a minute! Oh, wait, I know you too, wait! And we simply talked and we're like, why did we stop talking here again? I think you were drunk and were saying something about not wanting to be friends anymore? I must have been stupid. And we exchanged phone numbers and have contact again. Like, seriously? The most random thing ever to do. Nah, it's a lot of friends, it's the problem. I basically have no friends anymore here in the city where I live. Because everyone moved away. Yeah. I think the closest friend that I have is away for at least 1 hour drive with car. So I'm a little bit lonely here if I'm not online. I mean, online is effectively the only place where I have friends at the moment. You come over? Yeah, I know. Jordi already came over because he has not the longest drive from Belgium. And even Zoe came over from Poland. Freaking hell. Like, an entire day sitting in the freaking train just to visit me. No, but honestly, I was thinking of moving over to Saxony, where a good bunch of my friends lived. But it turns out difficult because East Germans seemingly don't want West Germans to live in their surroundings. Wah. Yeah, every single apartment owner that I messaged or tried to call, they either didn't answer or said straight up no. Which is sad. So I have to kinda stay here in the West. In the Wild West. No, and have to see. I was thinking maybe Cologne. If it's not too expensive. Which is hard to find because it's fucking expensive. Because, surprise! Other than the East, the West has a real issue with open apartments. So I came to the conclusion that I can't really move away from here as I wanted to. But I want to so leave this freaking city here. I don't want to anymore. The city is so garbage. Like, it's one of the highest in-depth cities in the entire country. And instead of restoring streets or having money for kindergarten or schools or public places or something for infrastructure. No. You know what they do? They built golden benches in the middle of town. Golden benches. Benches covered with actual real gold. With tax money. Like, what? And they had to remove it. Number one, it came into the black book of waste of taxes that Germany has. Very high up, by the way. Number two, they had to remove it because people were starting removing the gold from the bench by force. Even trying to steal the benches. That were solidly put into concrete, yeah? They were trying to steal them. And they scratched off the gold from the benches. So they had to remove the benches. You can't make this up. Or we had this, how is it called? The not swimming pool. Like this massive house with the many swimming pools. How is the exact word? Swimming bed. Simply swimming bed. Okay. Yeah, we had a massive, what a big one with everything in there. Not made for tourists or families, but more made for sports. Yeah? Like for competition. All the pools in there. And they were like, we have 2 of them in the city. We want the one that's actually smaller and easier to maintain to keep up. So we leave the other one to slowly fall apart until we can simply justify to tear it down. When it finally came to the point that they want to tear it down, they realized, oh fuck. Yeah, we can't. Why? Because it's under monument protection! So they ended up having to close the other one that they maintained the entire time and spent like 5 times the amount of money to restore the one under monument protection. Because they were not allowed to close it, they were not allowed to take it out. To tear it down. Yeah, big boy time. And that is only one of the things. Or what was it? We have a theater and we have a playhouse, a theater in town, and a opera. They said that's too much. We can reduce that. What would you take? The theater, where all the schools have their theater classes in and constantly use the building. The playhouse, that is also under monument protection and has one of Germany's most famous dancers as basically name giver, or the opera that no one uses. What would you restore and keep? If you said opera, you are just as degenerate as this town. Yes. They restored the opera that now gets used once a year. Just to realize that the other 2 can't be really closed because they get permanently used. So now they have to maintain all 3 again. And spend 3 times the amount of money. No one in the entire town likes the opera or even visits it. It's ridiculous. Or we have the so-called Schwebebahn. Yeah. Which is basically just a floating train, if you so want. When in reality it just hangs upside down on the rails. Yeah. On the railroad. The railroad goes over the river that goes through town. Because the entire town is not like normal towns, like started somewhere and expanded from it. The town where I live in consists of multiple smaller towns that were founded along that river. And at one point simply bordered each other so closely that they said, hey, we make one big city out of it. So the entire city is very long along that river. And over that river, they have the railroad where this train goes over. Or better said, hangs on the railroad to drive there. So, and they had to restore it because it's historical and it's unique in the world, apart from the copy that they made in China. Haha. It is kind of unique in the world and all that. So they had to restore the railroad and the trains themselves. Yeah. It ended up needing over a year of setting everything up. And then it managed to work out half a year before it broke. The trains lost the outer facade because the surprise, the facade didn't hold because this was simply a very cheap glue on it that wasn't withstanding water for a train that drives outside over a freaking river. The glue doesn't sustain water, doesn't hold on if it gets wet. Yeah. Then the motors also broke. They had to repair this. Then the railroad had to be replaced again. It was only a year old. Fun fact, the old railroad managed to hold on for 60 years. The old trains that we had were over 50 years old and still working. They only had to be replaced because they were too old for the controls to still allow them. Imagine, they spent so much money and then nothing works. And it constantly breaks and they have to spend even more money. Or the central station. When they... that is the most hilarious shit. Granted, they couldn't even do anything for that. But still cost money. Central station gets reworked. Complete rework. Like, a tunnel gets replaced by a bridge. The main road gets also replaced and broadened. The entire station for the buses gets completely put to a different location. They completely overhauled the entire thing. Yeah, it was a massive construction site over years. And then they wanted to finally finish everything and realized that the stones from the wall that they made, number one, for purpose to block off the area for just walking where no cars were allowed. It was also very decorative because it was basically like a fence, yeah, with holes left in, so it looks interesting because behind that was like a decorative wall and stuff like this. It was a 10-meter tall wall, 150 meter long, if you count the entire length. Over the entire length, they realized after finishing the entire thing that they not just managed to somehow place the stones the wrong way around with the holes upside instead of down. So when it rains, water can collect itself in there, and when winter comes, it freezes and breaks apart the stones. Genius. No, they didn't just had to turn each and every stone around onto its head again, or better said, the right way around. No, they also realized after finishing that they used the wrong stone. That stone can't hold out a winter anyway, no matter which way you turn it. Because that stone was made for Spain. Because that company that got the contract for building that stuff was sitting in Spain. Because EU law. They had to take the cheapest one. And that was a Spanish company. And they used stone. That gets normally used in Spain. Where they don't have ice and snow. Yeah. Turns out they had to replace the entire wall. But they only realized that after doing the work of turning all the stones onto its head again. They were like halfway through with placing the stones the right way around and having halved the wall up again when they realized it's the wrong stone. And tore the entire thing down and threw it into the trash. Now they have the white stone, and guess what happened? The entire thing finally finished. Then our inspection came and decided this is not safe. This is actually a safety hazard. You have to span nets all over the place so nothing can fall off. And now it looks like shit. Imagine this brain lag. The amount of brain lag you need for this stuff is insane. Yeah, it just keeps going. We have entire parts of the city where you can't enter as a German citizen. Where if you go through there, you see multiple stores, but not a single German word. Everything is in Arabic or Turkish. And if you go there, and sometimes you have to, and are like me with long blonde hair, yeah, I know Kimi is wet hair. The person behind Kimi has blonde hair. I'm sorry. No, but if you know Arabic or Turkish people don't have blonde hair. They simply don't have it down there. Like everything around the Mediterranean doesn't have blonde hair. Yeah? Be it Italy, Spain, whatever. They don't have that. And you stand out like a freaking pink painted dog in a herd of cats. I don't know. Like, you stand out and you get looks. Not nice looks. You get scared there. Granted, so far never anything happened to me and I was there a lot, especially in my childhood. But it is still strange, yeah. I remember one birthday. Oh god. One birthday from a friend. We were out late. We were 6 people from the football club. We were out late and we're like, hey, you know what? Let's go this way. That's the shortcut to the main road and then we are faster back home. Well, sure. Sounds smart. We go there, chill. All of a sudden, the one in front of us who walked in front stopped, looked down the street and just screamed, "One!" We all looked confused, but the next moment, like 20 or 30 people on the other end of the street shouted and started running towards us. We ran down the street towards the main street to get away from this. All of a sudden, I don't hear shit. I don't hear anything behind me anymore. I stop. I don't ask me what hit me. I was survival instinct 0. Survival instinct of a freaking, I don't know, piece of bread. Yeah, piece of toast. I turn around, look, and see simply just that they have one of us. The one that was behind me. They have him, pushed against the wall, kicked, and hold a knife to his throat. I was screaming. I was insulting them and screaming to the entire street. It was in the middle of the night, yeah? I was screaming my soul out. Shouting at them every insult that I knew. Don't ask me what hit me. I don't even know why I did it. They looked over to me. And in the entire street, the lamps and lights went on. They panicked. Because, obviously, the next thing that would happen is police comes around. Because people get awake all of a sudden. They got out of there. My friend simply sank to the ground. I went over to him, helped him up. He had a broken rib from the kick. And a light cut on the throat from the knife that they pressed to his throat. And I simply put an arm of him around me and we slowly made our way back to the home of the birthday kid, yeah? of the one who had the birthday. The others were by now already there, told our parents what happened. My mother had panic of doom. Everyone went out because we were missing, yeah? 2 of us were missing. I was missing for them. They went out searching us. In the meantime, they were searching everywhere. We simply made our way home. Came in there. My mother was snow white in the face. Oh god, she was so pale. And I simply explained what happened. The father of... when my father and the other guys came back, they just shook their head, but were proud of me to not leave the one behind. And we called the ambulance because, yeah, broken rib, yeah. But that was like a birthday party to remember, I would say. Speaking of birthday party, I come to the next one. We don't play today, I guess. It doesn't matter. Party, yapping time. Don't worry. One new day. With the boys. We were like, we had big travel bags, like really big one. Completely filled to the brim with rockets and everything that makes bang and lights, yeah? We went down to the street. The street looked like a freaking war zone when we were done. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face because of all the clouds and smoke. I don't know why he did this. One of us used a bus station, the ceiling of a bus station, as shooting ramp, and yeeted the rockets over the entire street. It was a war zone. You can't tell me otherwise. And afterwards, we went back. Each one opened a beer. We put in each one like, I think 5 euros in 1 cent pieces. And played poker. We played poker for half the night. Like, oh, this were wild times. Wild times. Like, how old were we? We were like 19 or something. Yeah, 19, 18, whatever. Screw it all. You only live once. Oh, it was hilarious. Granted, it was the only time that we actually did this. Because the guy where we were got mad because when we woke up the next morning, his apartment was not clean. Let's say it like this. Like, there was a lot of stuff everywhere. Also another time we were at one guy where we usually were hanging out. We were like 9 people in a little 30 quadrat meters apartment. It is really small, yeah. And we were sitting in the living room, really spread out. Like, one was sitting on the armchair, the other one was sitting on the ground, the next one was sitting on the backrest of the couch. Yeah, we were spread out. And granted, I don't smoke. I never smoke, never in my life. But the passive smoking is sadly a thing. They had a bong. They had a bong with tobacco and what was it? I think it smelled like cherry. I think was it cherry or strawberry? I'm not sure. But they were reaching it around, and the entire thing was simply one giant cloud in that room. And we were also drinking a lot and ordered from like pizza and fries and all that stuff. It was the usual evening, yeah, of young teens. And one had the great idea to put on the movie Saw. I think it was Saw 4. Granted, I'm not one who watches horror movies at all. And I really don't like this brain dead gore movies. Like, not at all. And then there was this one scene where this fat guy needed to put his own flesh onto the... for waging. Yeah, to collect weight. To beat the other guy. Who cut himself off a hand and a ear and whatever. And he started using the knife to cut off parts of his belly. And I in my drunk mind, with fries with mayonnaise in my belly, I looked at this. I looked away. But I had the picture already in my head. And I had to vomit so freaking badly. I jumped up, sprinted to the bathroom, threw myself over the freaking toilet and let go. And the others were like, what the hell just happened? We turned the movie off after that. I simply curled up on the armchair to a ball and was just wanting to sleep. I just wanted it to be over. I feel so bad. Oh, it was so terrible. That was like one of the worst nights. Like, in all seriousness. It was, no. I never even attempted to watch a Saw movie ever again. I hate these movies. I really, 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 really hate them. On the other hand, reminds me of my 18th birthday. My 18th birthday was the biggest failure of a birthday you can imagine. The thing is, at fault are my friends. It was not even my own fault. It was my own fault to an extent, but not completely. We partied at a place from a friend because they had their own house. Yeah, and their father said, if one has to vomit, this one needs to go home. Yeah. The thing is simply, I brought along like one big 1 liter bottle of Jägermeister. Yeah. Everyone who ever heard anything about German liquor knows Jägermeister. It is basically the most disgusting stuff ever. But I was like, hey, we are like 12 people. 1 liter is not much for 12 people. Yeah? That's fine. So, and we were drinking like beer and here this and that. And then one had the idea, hey, let's open the Jägermeister. Yeah. The little glasses came out, like this finger big glass, like this really small ones, the pins. And I remember. By now, I remember. I emptied my glass, put it back, turned around, and was talking. They filled it up again. And then said, hey, you didn't empty your glass. And I was like, really? Okay. Whoop. Looked away again because I wanted to continue conversation, yeah? And they did that again. And again. And again. And again. At the end, I had the whole 1 liter of Jägermeister drunk alone. I felt so terribly bad. I fell back onto the couch and I had such a dry throat. And I just said, I need something to drink. Something that's not the stuff. I need something to drink, yeah? And they gave me a beer. I drank 1 sip. And it all came up. First, I vomited through the entire room. Then into the toilet. Then came back. Hang out of the window because I wanted fresh air. And vomited down in front of the entrance again. I was there for 2 hours. From 8 to 10. And then I was simply dead. They called a Uber, set me in, told the Uber where they have to drive me. They drove me all the way back. I, in my drunk brain, just was like, don't vomit in the Uber, don't vomit in the car, don't vomit in the car, don't vomit in the car, don't vomit in the car. Ah! Like, seriously. And when we arrived, I couldn't get up. So the Uber driver came around, helped me out, brought me to the door, and I couldn't talk. So he took my wallet, took out the ID, looked at my name, looked at the bell, rang at my parents. They came down, paid him, thanked him, and carried me up. After that, I don't know what happened. MVP Uber driver, by the way. Absolute MVP. I could have gone... he could have just let me sit there. Yeah? He had responsibility in his bones. You can't say that. No, but it's like... Oh, another... Oh, I have so many drunk stories. I remember that one time we were on a playground in the middle of the night, yeah? It was fine. In the middle of the night. No children. No children there. It was like 1 a.m. And we were sitting on this table tennis plate. And we had like 2 kinds of vodka. 1 lemon. And 1 with how is it called? Oh god. Woodroof flavor. Yeah. And we had a bottle of Sprite. And we were drinking the Woodroof flavor like this because this didn't have much. Yeah. It was really light. And the lemon vodka, that was strong stuff. So we mixed it with the Sprite. Problem, we were 5 people. And at one point, the Sprite was empty, but the vodka not. We were slightly drunk and had a great idea. Hey, let's use the Woodroof flavored vodka with the lemon vodka. Mix the alcohol with the alcohol to make it drinkable. We emptied both bottles, which were essentially, I think, what was it? Wait, 2.5 liters of vodka. Granted, split on 5 people who would think it's not that much. Then we stood up for the first time in our eternity. And the cold night air hit. And we were done. One was sitting onto a swing. And was certainly not well. The other one was just laying in the sand. And said the world is spinning. I can't. He was just laying there. The last one somehow managed his way onto the slide and lost one of his shoes. Don't know how. I was sitting on a bench. Vomited my soul out. And the last one was actually still standing. And he was like, come on, we have to go. We have to go. We have to go. And somehow everyone got kinda up. Just I felt so sick. I felt like if I stand up, I fall. Or if I stand up, I vomit again. And he wanted, seriously, carry me. Now think about it. He's drunk as shit. Can barely stand. And wants to carry his also drunk friend, me, home. I was like, I will never get home if he does this. I pulled out my phone in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. Called my parents. I knew it was a death sentence, but I called my parents. Help. I can't. They were mad, because both had to work the next day. But I was willing to do that, despite knowing what would come for me. So I had my mother at the phone, was talking with her, and realized after just a few words, she doesn't understand a single word from what I say. I was in my head completely still there. I could completely use my phone without trouble. I could completely think without trouble, but I couldn't speak, I couldn't walk. So I figured, okay, my friend can still stand and still kinda talk. I gave him the phone and just said, call them. He took it in, somehow managed to communicate where we are, and my mother came in to collect me and just threw me at home into my bed. They were mad. I apologized multiple times the next morning and told them I'm sorry, will not happen again, to 100%. And I later on heard how my friends came home. They lost one of them on the way. They don't know where he went. They just know that he somehow managed to get home. The others somehow got home, even though one had a little accident with a garbage can at a bus station where he shit into. He legitimately sat onto it and shit into the public garbage can before continuing his way. I am not sad that I was not there. Oh no, so many crazy stories. Like, really crazy stories. Like, what does it tell us? Don't drink, and if you drink, drink responsible. Well, water in the garbage can then beside it. Yeah, that's very true. That's also what I said, actually. At least he was so not that far gone that he didn't went into the pants or simply on the ground. Yeah, at least he went for the garbage can. No, but it's really is like, if you drink responsible. Or like with friends. So if something happens, you have someone beside you who could at least take care of you. Yeah. Alcohol can be fun, but drinking your head away is not fun. That is just stupid. Always have a sober friend. Yeah, that's anyway. I mean, in the end, I ended up being the sober friend most of the time. Or only drinking like alcohol free or stuff like this. Because I was the only one with a freaking driving license. So I kinda have to. But granted, we had fun times. Like that one time where I had the brilliant idea. Because I'm not the best in understanding how a car works. At least back then not. So we had the brilliant idea to drive to a football field and play football in the middle of the night. But we don't have light. I have a car. The car has light. Turn on the light. Yeah, what I didn't consider is leaving the car on while having the light on. So, when we wanted to leave, the battery was empty. And there was no one everywhere because we were on a parking lot. We were away from the street. What did we do? We ended up... We were 4 people. Okay, this is a mountain. Or at least a hill. That we have to go up with the car to drive off. How about the lightest of us? Or how about we push the car up the hill? I jump in. We let it roll down and I try to start while it rolls down. If it goes all the way down to the bottom, I stop, hit the brakes, and we redo this process. We did this 3 times and this car finally started. And we drove home. Oh no. That's when I learned to not leave your headlights on. Learn it the hard way. I mean, at least I learned it. Certainly an interesting way to learn. Not the worst way to learn it. Oh yeah, that's so many stories, Yeah. Oh my. Oh my. Do you have stories like this? Like, seriously? I mean, I'm yapping for how long? 3.5 hours. I'm good at yapping. I'm really good at yapping. No, do you have stories like this? For sure, right? Like old stories from the friends or stuff like this? I'm never drinking alcohol. Oh, that's... Actually, I can respect that. I respect that. Props on you. Very good. I actually stopped. The last time that I drank alcohol was over a year ago. So yeah, I don't like drinking alone. And even on the last New Year, I didn't had any. The last alcohol I drank was a single beer when I was with a friend. So yeah, I'm not that big of a drinker. Actually, no, wait. No, wait, the last time alcohol was actually the Wheel of Pain, the Wheel of Punishment. During the 1 year anniversary. When there was the shot of vodka on the list that I had to take. That was the last time alcohol. Oh, holy. That nearly forgot. Damn. That would have been stupid to forget. Holy shit. No, but it's I don't smoke and I stopped drinking alcohol. I think I live well. If I now manage to get somehow my training back on track, because that's something I actually suffer on, I'm actually not happy with myself because I gained weight and I hate myself for it. Only time I drank alcohol was when a friend put it in a milkshake. I don't know until I drank it. I mean, milkshake is rather good because milk usually neutralizes a lot of the alcohol. It usually, as long as you don't put insane masses into it, it utilizes the alcohol really well. Neutralizes, not utilizes. Speaking, Kimmy! Oh! No, but I have to say, like, if I think about it, the Wheel of Punishment was fun. I wasn't mad or anything, just wasn't happy either. I mean, if you put alcohol into something, you should tell the people you give it to drink. I mean, if the alcohol is like wine used for cooking, then the alcohol is usually puffed off anyway. Yeah, that's where I understand it. Usually, you still say, "Hey, I put this in. It should taste like this and this." Yeah, but not telling at all is kind of shitty. I don't do that. I wouldn't. I remember last year, before my 1 year anniversary last year, when Zoe was visiting me. I remember I got us beer, and I remember that he doesn't drink alcohol at that time. By now he tried it a little bit. But I got me a beer lemon mix. Yeah, okay, then it's not that bad, but still. No, I remember I got me a beer lemonade mix. And for him, I got alcohol-free beer lemonade mix. Because I remembered he doesn't drink alcohol. So I take the alcohol-free one. So he can at least, like, still have the feeling, yeah? Of having a good evening. It was kind of nice. But that was like... that. So I drank last year 3 times. During New Year, 1 glass of champagne, the peace water. Then during Zoe's visit, 1 beer. And then the vodka shots during the anniversary. That's all the alcohol I drank last year. And this year, nothing so far. Whoop. I think I'm kinda good. But as I said, I have to get the training in again. Like, I let it go a little bit because of the mental issues. I didn't find the head for it. And I actually gained weight. I hate myself. I know I shouldn't, but it annoys me. It's so hard Because when I gain weight, it always collects at the belly. It always collects at the belly. I notice it immediately. And I hate it. I used to have a six-pack. I used to have a six-pack in my 20s. It's gone. It is completely gone. I have to That will be so much work. It's going straight for my tights. I love it. Oh, I wish. I wish. I really wish. Then I wouldn't even be that mad. Nah, for me to have bigger tights, I have to train. I have to gain it over muscle. Honestly. No chance otherwise. For me, it all goes to the belly. I have that most likely from my granddad. He has a massive belly. Granted, the man is 83. He doesn't care, yeah? He never really cared much about it, but ever since he went into retirement, he doesn't care at all. Yeah, he has a really big belly. Like, if you make his beard white and dress him up, he could look like Santa Claus. Yeah? He has a full beard, actually. Which is kind of wild. Yeah? My father has a beard. My uncle has a beard. A proper one. My granddad has a really full beard. Yeah? Like a really Viking kind beard. And from all I know, my other granddad that I never got to know also had at least a solid goatee. I barely have any beard at all. I barely have hairs growing at all. It is to the point that it actually looks silly if I would let it go. And at one point I did let it grow because obviously a girlfriend doesn't want a fanboy. She hated me for my hair. I have like 20 hairs on the face or chest. Yeah, kind of the same. I had it grown to have at least like the appearance, like the little like start of a beard in a way. Yeah. Also, fun fact: my beard, yeah, the hair that I get in the face are like 4 different colors: blunt, black, pure white, and a brown. Like, what the fuck? No, I looked absolutely silly with this. But my ex-girlfriend was always like, she hated my long hair because I had nicer and better hair than her. And we were only 1 year apart, but I look like 6 years younger than her. Without that so-called beard. She hated it. She hated it that I looked so much younger than her. Even nowadays, I mean, I'm 32. I will get 33 this November. I just the other day, doing a shopping trip, had one of the cashiers asked me for my age. Yeah. Because I should, for the family meeting, get some beer and a little bit of something for my granddad. Because the family meeting was because of the wedding day of my grandparents. Yeah, it's that simple. So I had this little liquor for my granddad. And you have to be 18 to get it. Yeah? To be allowed to buy it. I'm 32. Nearly 33. And the cashier couldn't see that I'm over 18. He asked me for ID and then apologized dearly when he saw the age. Oh no. I also have a fun game. Every time when I meet someone new, at one point, I asked them, what do you think how old I am? So far, the oldest one was 24. Last year. Last year, doing a celebration from a friend of mine. one of the girls. Yeah, I honestly, number one is part of his job, and number two, honestly, if he can't tell, I take it as a compliment. No, but last year on a party of a celebration from a friend of mine, one of the girls there, we talked a little bit. She is like 22. Yeah? We talked a little bit. She's 10 years younger than me. And we came somehow onto the age and all that because I was talking about all the stuff that I went through and stuff like this. We simply talked a lot, yeah? Like I talk now, yeah? I yap a lot. And at one point she was like, how old are you? And I was, guess how old I am. And she legitimately was like, at max 23. I was like, thank you. 31 at that point. At that point I was still 31. I was like, I'm 31. No way! She couldn't tell and couldn't believe it. And that's the usual reaction from each and every single one. I love it. And my ex-girlfriend hated it. Because she usually always looked like 3 years older than she was. And she hated the fact that I could have rather looked like her younger brother or something than her boyfriend or such. Like, what the fuck? She hated that so much that I looked so much younger than her. I was like, what was it? Half a year younger than her. But looked like at least 8 years younger than her. Oh, it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. If you think about it, I love it. Now that I think about it, I love it even more. Yes. Also partly because screw her. Like seriously screw her. That person is hell. Looking back, do you know this shorts of the flag guy with the green flag, red flag? Where he watches like certain situations between people and then comes in with a red flag or with a huge red flag or a huge green flag to run around and say some stories or quotes or silly jokes about it. I would say my ex was the biggest red flag you could ever imagine from day one. I mean, if I am... Granted, she was my first real girlfriend. And already the relationship went 8 years with engagement at the end. And her cheating at the end. Shit. So as a result, I was inexperienced and insecure with girls. And was like, I want to keep this relationship somehow, no matter the price. The fact that I was second choice should have already told me. She took me after she couldn't get the guy that she took over me. Or wanted to take over me. That was already the red flag of a lifetime. Why did I do this? Clear advice. Look out for red flags and actually react to them. Please. Don't be a Kimmy. Don't be stupid. Don't do that. No, but it's holy shit. Did I ever tell the story of the dog from my grandparents? When I actually lifted this 40 kilos of muscle mass off the ground at the age of 14? Because he had the problem, every time he saw a different male dog that he didn't knew or liked, he got aggressive. He wanted to go on hunt. He was the nicest, most kind dog ever to humans. But other male dogs, oh no, oh no, oh no. He went into fighting mode. Let's go. And my grandparents were sick, so I was out on a walk with the dog. And I didn't pay attention, and there was this other dog on the other side of the street, and yeah, he started going wild. He went in rampage mode. And he was pulling and pulling and pulling, and I had actual fear that I strangle and choke him with the collar. Yeah, because I was not letting go. I was putting my entire body weight against it to hold him back. So I simply did the only thing I could think about. I grabbed forward into the freaking leash, wrapped my arm around him, around the other half, and lifted this 40 kilos of struggling and pulling dog off the ground, turned him around in the air, put him onto the ground, facing the other direction. He was immediately silent. He didn't know what happened. He was frozen in shock. And I just said, silence, move, and walked. Pulling on the leash, and he followed. Oh, asserting dominance. My back hurt after this. A lot. Like, that is nothing I would redo again, but it certainly worked. He never, every time I was out with him, he respected my authority. Eric Cartman confirmed. Respect my authority. No, but it's fascinating. Dogs are... I think I could handle a dog, especially a smaller one who's not that heavy. But as I said already, like, the financial situation is actually stupid. You know what's also stupid? My coffee is cold. Damn, and now empty. I should have emptied this like an hour ago or so. We are nearly 4 hours in. This is the first time I spent the entire 4 hours of streaming time with yapping. Do we even want to play something, or should I keep continue with the story time? I feel like I should continue with the story time. There's still so much. Like, I remember that one time we were out with the class for an entire week in a complete field trip. Yeah, a complete trip, and we at one point had free time, went into this little town, to this little store, and bought Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Some of us really got really freaking lucky. Yeah. And same evening, we all realized the most expensive and rare cards are gone. Hi, Yoni. The most expensive, little yapper, exactly. The most expensive cards, the most rare cards are all gone from each and single one of us. And I figured, wait. I have the key to the room. I'm the key keeper. Before anyone could do anything, run out, closed the door, locked the door, went to the teacher, and told her we have a thief. One of the other boys, yapping only stream, exactly, seemingly. No, one of them, of the others, stole all the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They cost lots of money. Do something, please. She came back. The other boys were mad that I locked them in. But I figured, hey, whoever it was, most likely has it in his bag. And if we now all realize that the cards are gone, he could hide them somewhere. In case the teacher searches the bag. Yeah. We searched all the bags. Found nothing. Went out of the room because obviously we have to continue. And in the moment we go out of the room, we see one of the girls from the Nightbound room coming out with their Yu-Gi-Oh cards in hand and was bragging to her also great friends that she did a great prank on the boys. Oh god. She got in so much trouble. She got in so much trouble. Her parents were called and she had to go home. Oh no. Oh no. And she had to explain her parents why she had to go home for stealing. The funny thing is, if I wouldn't have done this whole thing with the door and the whole search, she would have gotten away with this because we wouldn't have run into her in that timing. What? Oh no, there were so many situations. Or also like, I have to say I got, how is it? If you're evangelic and get like this this church stuff, how is it called? Holy shit. Confirmation? No, I don't know. Simply that you are recognized as part of the church. I had to do it. My parents simply said, hey, do it. If you get through with this, you get lots of money. Turns out I got 800 euros. Indoctrination? Yeah, in a way you could say that. No, but I simply did this. And when I finished it with the celebration, I got 800 euros. Onto the hand. Like, come on, that's worth it. That's kind of worth it. No, but we also had a free trip to Scotland. That was cool. Because the original field trip was... Our own field trip was simply somewhere. And it was very boring. But once the older ones that came along to look after us younger ones, they got constantly drunk. So when they asked me after finishing the whole thing if I would come along to look after the younger ones, and they mentioned that it goes to Scotland and I don't have to pay for anything, I was so in. We went to freaking Edinburgh. I spent most of the day simply wandering through Edinburgh looking at castles. It was cool. It was really cool. It was... I always wanted to see Scotland. Though I didn't saw the Highlands, sadly, but still. I've always wanted to visit this. I want to visit it again. If Great Britain ever gets its economy fixed somehow. No, but I remember at one point, we had free time. And it was hot as hell. Because deepest summer. We simply put up a massive pool. And started throwing the younger ones into the pool. Time to cool off, guys! In you go! That was fun. That was a fun time. Yeah. Yes, it was a church trip, but at the same time, it was simply fun. Because there was not much with church. There was simply like... What was it? At one point, there was a survival expert that taught us how to make fire and how to build a shelter in the wilds. Each of us built our own tipi onto a tree. It was fine. It was fun. It was funny. Survival tips from the church. Imagine, they prepare for something, I tell you. The zombie apocalypse will come. I saw a short. Zombie apocalypse. I saw a short where, imagine, zombie apocalypse. You finally get cornered by a horde of zombies. You panic. And in your panic, You grab one of the zombies and bite him instead. The zombie falls to the ground, shaking. All of a sudden, all this flesh grows back and he's alive again. And he asks you, how did you know that this works? I panicked, I didn't know anything! Oh no! Imagine Walking Dead would be solved, just bite the zombies! Oh no! World War Z? Nah, I hunt zombies. I bite them for a living. Oh no, that is hilarious. Just bite them first, just be faster. Oh, we have, honestly, we have to at one point simply watch shorts or stuff like this. Like funny stuff. At least for some time. No, there are so many stories. Boy, I remember football stories are a lot. A lot of football stories, a lot of stories from the time where I was working in a big kitchen as a cook. Or co-cook. Yeah. Like side cook, but I had more often than not shifts where I had to cook on my own. Simply because we were not enough people. Not enough workers. No, football, like, one very memorable. We were against a team where they only caused trouble. They already came in. We were supposed to be 13. And they as well. Strangely enough, they all came in with their own cars. They were all 18. But officially, the PES said they are 13, so they are allowed to play. That was pure cheating. So, and in the middle of it, they were already 5-0 in front. Yeah, 5-0 in front. They fouled one of us. The referee called a break. A foul. Pulled out a card. A yellow card. Nothing bad, yeah? And shit broke loose. The players of the enemy team swamped the referee. The enemy coach swamped the referee and they wanted to punch him into a pulp. Followed off this, because it was our home ground, all the people sitting up on the ranks or on the clubhouse came down and started swarming the enemy team. Someone immediately called the police. Like, what was even going on? I was just standing there like, what the fuck, is this really happening? And it ended with two of the enemy team sitting in the police car with handcuffs. The enemy coach getting basically his license removed to coach people, and the entire team got disqualified from the league. Oh no, and they were second place in the league. They were playing for the championship, goddammit. I mean, if you cheat, it's kinda easy. But another time was, it was after a game. I was not one of the biggest, yeah? Not one of the tallest. And the team of my father, because he had his own team at one point of people who were 1 to 2 years younger than us, because everything is sorted by age, he had not enough players because of sickness and all. And so we kinda cheated a little bit that I and two other ones from my team came along because we had around the same height and not that much of a beard grow. So we came along. Okay, granted, one of our team was actually our entire head smaller than me. Yeah, he could have like played 3 to 4 divisions lower and wouldn't have been recognized. No, it was simply so. It was obvious we will not win. Yeah, it was really obvious because we played. We were like, I think 8th place, and they were 1st place with a very big gap towards the 2nd place. They were clearly winner of the entire league. So it was only for, hey, we want to play and not go like, we can't compete, yeah? And my father was like, hey, be careful, no cards, otherwise this will be recognized that you not belong here and are not legit here. Yeah, okay, we will hold back, we will be careful, don't worry, we got this. And then we saw the enemy team. The smallest. I want to remind, we were like 12, 13 years old each. The smallest of the enemy team was around 2 meters tall. And they were all legit. They simply were so picky because they are a relatively big club here in the city, here in town. They were so picky with who they accept into the team that they could afford to only take people who are at least 2 meters tall. That was ridiculous. We stood there like dwarfs in front of giants and were like, excuse me, please. I just turned to my father and was like, what did you say again? Be careful? I will be happy if we survive. My father was speechless. Needless to say, we lost 12-0. Yeah? Only 12-0. Normally they get more in, but we simply stood with all 11 people down in the defense. Yeah? It was simply like, build a wall and don't let them through. Oh no, that was 11. It was so not fair. It was so not fair. Granted, from what I know, they got up into the next league and won this very clearly as well and got up into the next league as well. So they kind of steamrolled the competition anyway. So it was not that bad, but still that view, like you stand there and there are simply this 11 giants plus 5 other giants on the sideline plus the coach. What? That was ridiculous. Yeah. Nearly as ridiculous as back then oh yeah. The swimming team that I was in, they refused bring the steel-toed boots. Yes, exactly. The swimming team back then that I was in, they originally refused to leave me into the deep waters. I was swimming perfectly fine, but they refused to let me get the badge that allows me to swim freely without someone next to me in the deep waters, or even go into the deep waters at all, into the deep pool. They refused it, even after years of swimming perfectly fine. I ended up making that badge with the school because my teacher was like, wait a moment, you can't swim but don't have a badge? Wait, we fixed this. I made it perfectly, and I would have done the other badge. I did the seahorse and the bronze badge with them, and I would have done the additional ones all the way up to the gold one. I can't dive at all. Yeah, I was good at diving. I originally could dive the entire length of the pool without problem. I could hold my breath for easy 3 minutes. So basically the maximum time that a human should be able to without air. I could do that easily. And as a result, I was swimming like a fish. Fishes! Yes! Should have become a fish VTuber. No, but in all honesty, I couldn't do silver and gold. Gold is basically rescue swimmer. Yeah. I couldn't do that because my teacher was not allowed to do both bronze. My issue is simply I can't get underwater no matter how I tried. I even asked if to be pushed down and I just swam up. Yeah. That is simply a lot of... Because you naturally, because you have air inside of you. And also, overall, the body naturally goes up. So you have to actually constantly work on getting down and staying down. That's normal. No. I could have easily done the rescue swimmer. But when I came around with this freaking bronze badge to my instructor of the swimming team, he was like, where did you got this from? Not for me. Yeah, my school teacher. She saw that I could swim. By the way, have fun. And I jumped into the deep water without another comment. Because he couldn't say no anymore. I swam a few rounds to warm up. And then proceeded with the usual. But I never got gold. Didn't hinder me from rescuing someone in the ocean. But still. That was also a story. It was hilarious. I could still... If she wouldn't have cried that much, I would have cursed that woman. It was in the holidays in Denmark. On the beach. Yeah. The ocean. The endless whites of water. A woman wasn't paying attention to her child in the swimming ring. And all of a sudden that child was relatively far out in the water. And that woman didn't know what to do, was just screaming and crying. And no, there was no emergency button, no emergency phone or whatever. There was no one around who even tried to move and get the child back. No one. I got up, threw my freaking book, my sunglasses and my t-shirt to the side and jumped into this freaking water. Without thinking, by the way. I swam all the way out into this freaking ocean, grabbed that freaking child and swam back. I don't know. I guess that child would have simply died out there if I hadn't done this because no one else was moving shit. Granted, I was very exhausted because I never did that before. I never had any training. I just mirrored what I saw in movies. How you swim with only one hand. And it somehow worked. I put myself straight up in danger to save someone. Now that I think about it, I did that multiple times in my life. I remember I grabbed that child by the backpack. Well, I have to say, backpack. Not by the neck or anything, by the backpack. And pulled it back from the street because otherwise it would have been run over 100% because that bastard in his freaking Porsche was driving at least 60 in the 30 zone. I saw that car because I listened and looked over the cars and just saw that child walking past me right in front of that freaking sports car. I just instinctively grabbed forward, pulled back, and in the next moment that freaking car was driving by. The boy didn't understood what was going on. His mother behind me was screaming at me why I touched her son. Until I told her, excuse me, next time I let the car hit your son instead. And walked off. Like, what? Then, of course, the situation with that attack on us at night with the knife where they got the one guy, where I simply stop running away, turn around and shout at them. Like, how much more do you want to put yourself in danger? Excuse me. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm simply too kind for the world. I want to make the world better, but don't know why or how. I just try. I'm too good of a soul. I mean, I have a really hard time with lying. I don't want to lie. And if I lie, then most times only because you're a shit person who doesn't deserve it better. Or because I don't want to tell you something in the first place. And then I say it's not lying, it's just not telling you everything. There's a difference. Lying is making up stuff. Not telling you everything is just keeping details out. Yeah. No, but I simply think like, if everyone just does a tiny bit to make the world better, it would already do a big bunch. That's exactly what I do as well, not telling everything safe story exactly. I mean, granted, do you know how little I tell my parents? Or my family in general? They don't know that I'm pansexual. They don't know that I define myself as a femboy. Despite them actually should be able to notice. I mean, I have very long hair. I shave all my body hair regularly. I wear makeup every now and then. I wear very girly clothes and even a choker at times. And they don't even suspect me to be gay, trans, or anything. No, they just think that's normal. That's how he is. If I would tell them that I'm actually not straight, they would curse me. They would straight up curse me. I rather leave them in the dark and let them think whatever the hell they think than anything else. Also with the VTubing. They know I'm streaming. They know I make like some euros with it. Because it's fun. It's fun. But they don't know that I'm a VTuber. Only my mother knows because she explicitly asked for it. And yeah. I want to mention, yeah. Flat chest. Nothing. Relatively normal. Same clothes that I actually own in real life. And my mother asked me why I use a girl model. Why am I a girl as avatar, as model? And I was like, that's not a girl. That's simply me with wet hair and wings. And she was like, if you say so. They are so oblivious! Like, seriously, I don't want to tell them anything because it's not worth it. Also, all my stuff with the depression or ADHD or everything I fight with, they don't know shit. What? That was a fish. Yeah, they don't know the fishes either. No, but I'm fine with that. My friends know. And I trust my friends more than my family. That's for certain. I mean, they are there for me if I have financial issues. But that's basically it. Because they don't know what else to do. Even in my entire childhood, they didn't know what the hell to do with me. I had toys. My childhood room was so overly full with toys and plushies and everything that honestly, it would have been enough for 5 children. I got the most expensive Lego stuff. I got legitimate electronic cars. I got an actual freaking quad. A child-sized quad that drives, what was it? 8 kilometers an hour? And is completely capable of going to a very interesting... let's say it like this. It's very off-road. I got this when I was fucking 7. I had a a bed that was like, not a bunk bed in that case, it was like higher up, built like a freaking castle with an actual slide on it. I had a own freaking TV in my room. I had, for my birthday, I have to say, a Nintendo 64 Pikachu edition with Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Snap, together with a Pokemon Color Pikachu edition with Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. For a simple birthday. I had so much stuff. I had everything. At the age of 10, I got my own computer. What? In my room. With games and everything. And it only got worse. Because, like, my parents had absolutely no idea what to do with a child. My father was completely lost anyway. Because he always says by himself, he can't really handle children under the age of 8 to 7. Yeah, 7 to 8 is when you slowly as a child get more independent. And that's where he finally can do something with the kids. Before that, he has absolutely clueless how to handle. So as a result, he didn't do anything apart from throwing money at me. Money and toys. And when I finally got the age where he was at least knowledgeable what to do, I didn't have his interest. I didn't have interest in sports. I didn't have interest in cars or motorbikes or anything like this. And that was all he had. So as a result, he had even less to do with me. Also a reason why when my adoptive brother came in, my father completely forsake me for that guy. Because that boy was interested in sports. He was very interested in cars and everything. He was basically a one-to-one copy for my father. So my father ended up pretty much completely ignoring me at the age of 12. Until the adoptive son got 18 and simply vanished. He simply pissed off and was gone forever. Never heard again. No, pet. No, and my mother, she was kinda lost because she lost her job because there was not a kindergarten place in time for her to keep her old, well-paid job. So she had to leave this in favor of me just to 1 month later I get a freaking kindergarten place. So she starts a new job. Cleaning toilets. Not nice. No, but she worked her way up. She's chef cook. Yeah. In our big kitchen now. She worked her way back up. But as a result, she had to work a lot. She had to work and do the entire stuff at home. Because my father was gone for 9 hours a day. And he did 3 shifts. So he had early, starting at 6 a.m. He had afternoon, starting at 2 p.m. And he had night, starting at 10 p.m. Each week, a new shift. Yeah, he couldn't do shit. He is not able to cook anyway. He lives mostly from delivery at the moment. And the little bit that I was willing to teach him. And so my mother had to cook. She had to clean the apartment. She had to work like a few times a week cleaning. And take care of me. So as a result, I was simply sit down into my room. Here, have some Lego, play. Here, have this toy figure, play. When they figured out that I like TV shows, they simply placed a freaking TV in my room and said, here, watch. They had no time for me. And so when all this shit in school happened, with the bullying and the threatening, and the no friends, and the depression, and whatever the hell all, they had no time to even remotely notice any of it. Only when I really sat there crying and begging my mother to not go back in school. And the one time when that letter from school came in with the punishment and I told them that I was threatened by a knife. That were the only 2 times where my mother actually went in and actually cared for me in that sense. I mean, they did care for me, but they didn't really took care of me. If that makes sense. And that's something, if I ever be a father, that's something I have to do right. That's something I have to do better. Simply because I lived through this shit and I could never ever justify letting any kid live through the same bullshit ever. Never. No matter how tired you are from work, at least have some minutes for your kids. Yeah? At least acknowledge them. You don't need to spend that much time with them. Just sit down and be there. That's already enough. Or sit down, if you're that tired, sit down on the couch in the evening, call them over and watch like a series with them. Yeah? Watch it together. Spend time together. It's important. And for the mother, it's exactly the same. The dirt on the floor is not running away. No one dies if the food comes 10 minutes later. But spend some time with your child instead of letting it sit for the TV and simply, if that doesn't help, give a gaming console. If that doesn't help, give a PC and throw even more toys at it. That's not the solution. I can tell. Because I am fucked up. In my mind and my brain. Enough from all this shit. Yes. Granted, my ex also did her fair part, but I was not alright in the first place. But very noticeable right now. I mean, let's be honest here. Where would I be if I would be correct in my head? I started YouTube once years ago. And I had a solid pacing, I have to say. Daily 2 videos. Daily. At least 1 hour of video time. Overall. With these 2 videos. And that for, I think, nearly a year? If I look at my old YouTube channel, I had over 100 subscribers. Purely with simple start-stop gaming recordings. Imagine I would have really put effort into this. But, yeah. At one point, I had to stop because, yeah, a certain girl came into my life. And a certain girl demanded attention. And a certain girl didn't wanted me to sit in front of the PC all day. And a certain girl couldn't accept that I had a hobby. Granted, she also, at the time I was still playing football, she always promised to be there for one of the games. To cheer for me, or at least there to watch it. And she never did. She always found excuses. Yeah, and I let it go. I let my actual hobby go. I let multiple friends go. And I can honestly say, no girl, no partner in this world is worth losing basically your life over it. No girl in this world is worth to stop living yourself. If you actively decide to run into a burning building to rescue her, that's on you. Yeah, that's understandable. But if she can't respect you, if she can't respect your time, can't respect your hobbies, or that you have friends, or sometimes need alone time, or have feelings, or whatever, then she's not worth. Then she is not worth. She is the most piece of garbage that you can have, and you should get rid of it. It's that simple. I had to learn it the hard way. Sadly. Will I do the mistake again? Certainly not. I'm way too reflective for that by now. But that's basically, I don't misunderstand me. There were good times, but I wish this 8 years would never have happened. If I could turn time back, this 8 years, please, gone. Gone. After the first breakup, or even before, like, I was second place anyway. When I dated her 2 times, and the second time we were on a lake, doing in the moonshine, was drinking something, was talking, was simply cuddling up, even kissing. And after that, I stated my will to have her as my girlfriend. And she's like, oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, you're cute and all that, and it's so nice and all. But I want this other guy who was a good friend at the time, who then proceeded to not be my friend anymore because we were after the same girl, and I was completely fine with her dropping me and going for him, and I was happy for him and was like, hey, it's fine. I don't mind it. I did mind, but yeah, it's like, you're still happy for your homie, yeah, you know? And he saw me as such a big competition that he said basically fuck off and cut all contact. Problem for her was he was on the other side of the country. And he wanted her to move to him. Very badly. And after like 2 months, she came to realize that this is not working and came to me. And stupid as I was, I accepted it. Stupid as I was, I accepted. She was stupid. I'm second choice, but I have her now. That was absolute biggest red flag of a century, and if she wouldn't have been the first real girlfriend of mine, I would have simply said, nope. Nope, you had your chance. Nope. Speaking of actual first girlfriends, the one that I considered a first, but at the same time not, because the relationship only lasted for 2 weeks and was not even a real relationship because she only wanted to trick her way back into her lover's place. Was basically, she was a girl from my school, and at one point she asked, hey, I heard you have a Nintendo Wii? Could we meet up and I play a little bit on it? And I was like, sure. And one thing went to another, and we went together. We met a few times and had a good time. And at one point she started ghosting me. And my adoptive brother at the time found that really suspicious. And he was on this chat sites back then that were around. Like this massive chat rooms with hundreds of people, and you simply spend time there talking with everyone and whatever. And he found her there. And he found her flirting with another guy, and my bro knew that I was not using the sites. So he messaged that guy and asked what the hell is going on. And told him, dude, she already is together with my brother. And he's like, wait, what? We ended up talking with each other, meeting up, talking with each other. And after 2 weeks of really planning this out, we simply timed it so that we meet her at the same time in front of school and both break up with her at the same time. We simply met up there. She was slightly confused why we both are there. I could see the panic in her eyes. And before she could say anything, we were both there like, hey, we have to talk with you. We break up. Have a nice day. Have a nice life. By the way, fuck you. Oh, no. No, the both break up with her and make... Yeah, that not. Not that, not that. Back then, I was not aware that I was aware that I'm not straight, but I was thinking that it was narrowed down to simply, okay, I like girls, but I also like trans girls because they look like girls. I don't care what's between the legs. Yeah? Back then, I was like not considering males or boys. Nowadays, honestly, I'm open. I don't care. No, but back then it was like really the whole thing. What happened? Because I was together with her for 2 weeks. He was together with her already for 3 months. The thing she wanted to do was using me to make him jealous so he spends more time with her. And stops having our own social life, basically. Which is ridiculous if you think about it. Like, come on. What the hell, woman? What did you expect? That this stays a secret? Forever? Nah. And then I had something that I could have handled better. Because I had basically no experience with romantic or whatever. And I had this one girl. I knew her for years. And our parents always joked around like that once we hit the right age we will marry anyway. Because we were so close to each other. We always were like, come on, no, stop it. Like, really like, what, no, you can't be serious. And, I don't know. At one point I was thinking like, wait, maybe it's something. I looked at her and was like, maybe she is it. Yes, I think she is it. Like, she's perfect. And why do I like her that much? Why do I spend so much time with her? Because she's perfect. Why should I search anyone else if I have the perfect being right there in front of me? Yeah? And, so at one time I was like, hey, you know, we spent so much time together and all. Would you consider dating? Because I have feelings for you. It took me a good bit to say this, yeah? She looked at me, let out a deep sigh, gave me a very big hug, and said she's sorry she sees me like a brother. Ah! The friend zone. I mean, it was fine. In a way, I freaked a little out. I didn't took it well. I needed like a week to talk with her again. Apologize that I broke up for that week, like communication. And in the end, we split up because our parents started getting at each other and refused to let us see each other again. And when we were finally, if I was thinking again about it to message her, she was already married. So I was like, okay, you know what, screw it. No, but that one hurt. It did hurt. Even more considering, I mean, I take it as learning. Don't date the bro. Don't date the bro. That was so deep in bro friendship territory, I shouldn't even considered it. But hey, maybe you try. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe she would have said yes. If she would have said yes, maybe, just maybe, it would have been perfect. Maybe not. Who knows? It never came to be. Anyway, that's my experience with women. 3 people. Exactly 3. Actually 4, but number 4 is never went over dancing together. It was in a club. a guy that I met there was like, hey, you know, you see these two girls? They're together here. I saw them earlier. They're alone. Let's dance up and see if we can flirt. And we dance up. Each one of us to one of them. He and that girl on his side ended up kissing and making out. And her friend were like, wow, that's rare. Normally she's way more hesitant with that. And then dropped like, by the way, I already have a girlfriend. Already have a boyfriend. Don't even try. Okay. I'm wingman. All fine. I'm just a wingman here. Don't worry about it. Oh no, that was, yeah. I don't know. I never had luck with women. Could also explain why I was so desperate to keep somehow this one relationship that I finally had alive. Because I only had failures and not much luck with girls to begin with. Yeah, I mean, that's simply how it goes, right? Not everyone is lucky and finds the right one on the get-go. That's how it goes. But considering how many human beings are on this planet, I'm convinced that everyone can find a significant others in one way or another. Yes. If not, it would be hilarious, I tell you. Yeah, anyway. Oh, you know that I get EP because I'm keep on yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping. Yeah. I just wonder. Can we wait anyone? Is it worth to wait anyone? I don't know anyone who's streaming at the moment. Damn it. Nah, we leave it. It's fine. It's fine. Wow. It's strange. That's the first time that we don't game during the stream. Damn. I wanted to play Cyberpunk fucking hell. I lost myself in the yapping. I lost myself in the yapping. The coffee was working. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. 4 hours 40 of pure yapping power. Tells you everything about me. But that tells you also why I'm so hesitant with messaging other VTubers. I think I would yap them into the ground. I have to learn to hold my mouth somehow. Mouth. Excuse me, what? Mouth. Oh no, too many clips. Oh god, no. Ah! Guys! I hope you have a good evening. I know it's a strange stream. It's not the usual stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's only yapping. Normally I game. We are going to game Sunday, okay? We will do Cyberpunk Sunday. I have everything set up and don't use it. Absolutely hilarious. No, don't be sorry. I'm never sorry. I just say it to make you feel better. That's the worst thing with me. I'm a menace of society. Do you know how rarely I'm truly sorry? Yeah, I know. I mean, a lot of streamers do yapping streams, don't they? Like, really a lot of yapping. And story time. Honestly, I have so many stories. We are not even remotely there. After over 4.5 hours of pure yapping, we are not even remotely up. We scratched at the ceiling. Yeah? We scratched on the surface of what stories I have. Believe me. No, but Sunday we will simply play Cyberpunk. It will be the first time ever that I play Cyberpunk. Yeah, be prepared. I have absolutely no idea what I will be doing. I have no idea about the story. I have no idea about the possibility. I know you can drive a car there. And you can have a sword. That much I know. You can have a samurai sword. Hataki. Exactly. Yeah. I will most likely... Wait. Tomorrow I have to take care of my mother's cat because she has a 12-hour shift. And after that I visit my father. That's also something. The visit to my father is not because he wants to see me. No, he doesn't want to spend time with me. No. You know what's the big thing? He simply needs someone to drive to get him food. Because he's too lazy to get it himself. I don't know if he ever considered ordering. But, yeah. It is what it is. Every now and then you have to visit the family, I guess. I hate it. I truly hate it. I want to get out of here. Speaking of out of here, have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you for being here. Have a good one.